No, she's not here.
Can you just wait for, he'll be here in like a minute. I apologize, I forgot.
No problem. Okay.
She's here. She's here. Jane.
We'll start now. You ready?
Sorry, I just got back. Is that okay?
Yeah. I've already called. I can't. He's not.
I don't want to.
I did. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. This meeting will now come to order. This is the regular meeting of the Land Use and Transportation Committee. My name is Supervisor Malia Cohen. I'm the chair of this committee, and to my right is Supervisor Scott Wiener, who is the vice chair, and on my left is Supervisor Jane Kim. Our clerk is Miss Elisa Samara, and I'd like to thank Jim Smith and Jesse Larson from SF TV for broadcasting this meeting. Madam Clerk, do you have any more announcements?
Yes, please make sure to silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Completed speaker cards and copies of any documents to be included as part of the file should be submitted to the clerk. Items acted upon today will appear on the December 15th Board of Supervisors agenda unless otherwise stated.
All right, thank you so much. Could you please call item number 1?
Item number 1 is a resolution temporarily closing the public sidewalk on Minna Street from 2nd to New Montgomery on Monday, January 11th, 2016.
All right, thank you.
From 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock p.m.
All right, Supervisor Kim is the sponsor and author of this item, and we'll hear from her first.
Thank you. So this ordinance resolution that is before us grants a temporary sidewalk closure of Minna Street between 2nd Street and New Montgomery on January 11th, 2016 from 5 to 10 p.m. For a permit to close the street for an event taking place at 111 Minna Gallery. This permit is issued by SFMTA. 111 Minna does have to provide sidewalk access at all events unless the Board of Supervisors approves a resolution allowing them to close the sidewalk. While I would normally not allow this to occur at any type of private or public event, there is unfortunately a slight discrepancy that we've been trying to deal with via state law, where to use a 77 liquor license that allows them to serve beverages outside in the alleyway, unfortunately no alcohol can be viewed by the public via state law. This is incredibly challenging to do if you do allow a right-of-way for the public to get through an event. And unfortunately, 111 Minna cannot tent the alleyway because we've been in conversations with the fire department, and that would not allow fire trucks to get through in the case of an emergency. So for a number of reasons, we did reach out to our residents and to Walk SF to help them understand the issue. Again, normally I would not support an entire sidewalk closure to members of the public, but I think given the complicated nature of needs via state law, our fire department, and SFMTA, we are granting this temporary sidewalk closure for 5 hours on one day, but we are looking to work with 111 Minna into the future to figure out how we can make some fixes in state law that will allow them to do outdoor events with liquor sales outside, but of course allowing the public right of way during these events.
that it? Okay. So I have a presentation from Michelle Delaney, followed by Dave Falzon, and then Merrill Klein.
Ms. Delaney, thanks so much for being here today and also for working so closely with this office on this very complicated issue.
I'd like to thank the Land Use Committee for consideration and thank Lieutenant Falzon for being here as well. 111 Minute Gallery is a staple of the San Francisco Soma District, an institution that has contributed in many ways to the Yerba Buena neighborhood for 22 years. 111 Minute has been a long-time active member of the South of Market Nightlife Coalition. We serve on the board of the YBCBD and are doing our part to make the neighborhood successful. 111 Minute Gallery is very community-focused. The event we are doing is an event with Johnson & Johnson Innovation J-Lab we've been doing for years at the J.P. Morgan Conference. The event has grown in size from 300 guests to 1,200 that include life science startups, investors, and industry professionals. To help these people connect, they need to create an open space in a very dense environment. As a small business, 111 Minute Gallery appreciates its clients' loyalty. Johnson & Johnson Innovation J-Labs want to continue to support the business even though they are continuing to grow in size their event. This is why we're requesting a full alley closure. The challenge. To use 111 Minute Gallery's Type 77 liquor license that allows them to serve beverages outside in the alley flowing freely between doorways, it is required that no alcohol be viewed by the public. This is very challenging when you are also required to let the public walk through the event. 111 Minute Gallery cannot tent the alley because fire trucks could not get in. Solutions. 111 Minute Gallery and Johnson & Johnson J-Labs have been diligently trying to find a solution, working closely with the fire department and Lux Productions to build a wall of hedging between the street and the sidewalk. This has turned out to be cost prohibitive and not amenable to fire safety as per SFFD. We will continue to search for a solution for the future that will satisfy the SFFD, the ABC, the SFMTA, and our client. For this specific event, we are running out of time as it is coming up January 11th, 2016. 111 Minute has cared for and enjoyed the section of Minute Alley between 2nd and New Montgomery for 22 years. We understand the needs of people wanting to walk down the alley. 111 Minute gets the alley spray washed. We clean up the garbage. We've commissioned a mural in the alley to deter vandalism. For many neighbors, 111 Minute Alley is their back door. For 111 Minute Gallery, it is their front door, their identity, and their name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delaney. Thanks so much for being here. And as Chair Cohen has mentioned, we do have Dave Falzon of ALU of SFPD and Merrill Klein from SFMTA.
Supervisors, good morning. Lieutenant Dave Falzon, San Francisco Police Department.
I was looking in the wrong direction.
That's okay. I'm here. I think you've both done a very good job of articulating this type of license. This is an ongoing discussion we're going to have about parts of the ABC Act that are a little bit archaic and challenging, especially in dense places like San Francisco. But unfortunately, the way these laws were originally crafted, when you do these type of premises expansions, they do need to be blocked and not visible to the public, and the licensee has to maintain control of the area. So with that being said, it sounds like there's a solution moving forward, at least for this event, and I just came today to answer if you had any more specific questions, Supervisor.
No, thank you so much, Lieutenant. Again, I think I articulated my general preference that we always have a right-of-way for the public, given the density of South of Market, and I think the inconvenience it causes our residents, workers, and tourists when we have to do a complete street closure, the complaints that our office fields when that occurs. This is one alleyway, of course. It's a little different from a larger street corridor, but it's unfortunate that there's conflict with the state law in terms of, allowing for this because there can't be any public viewing of alcohol sales with this liquor license. So I do look forward to working with you. Hopefully on figuring out some ways to better deal with some of the archaic aspects of ABC.
Sure. I did want to add, so that you're clear as you move forward on this, statute does limit these type of events to 4 per calendar year. So it's not something under current law that can come up that often.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. We do have Merrill Klein from SFMTA here as well.
Good afternoon.
afternoon.
Like the lieutenant, I'm really here just to answer any questions if you have them available. ISCOT approved the street closure for this event in mid-October of this year after months of discussions about what they were looking to do and how we could facilitate that. So the street closure with the sidewalks remaining open was permitted, and then we just asked them that if they wanted to close the sidewalks as per the transportation code, that they come to the Board of Supervisors for this process.
Thank you. So that is our presentations for this item. And so, Madam Chair, requests opening up for public comment on this item.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in speaking on item number 1, please do so by coming up and lining up at the podium. Just as a courtesy reminder, there is a 2-minute limit on public comment. You'll hear a soft chime indicating that you'll have 30 seconds remaining on your public comment. So are there any members of the public that would like to comment on item 1? Please do so. Go, Peter. I don't have any cards, do you?
Good afternoon, supervisors and members of the public. I'm interested in 2 things. I didn't come particularly for this item, but I'm generally concerned about privatization at the cost of the public. This sounds like a fundraiser for a corporation. First question is, what is the cost to the city of the attendees here and their time, as well as the cost of the street closure? And I presume that's being borne by the city. So that's my first question. And I believe the fire department has testified that the limit is 4 per calendar year of this sort of an event. And I'm wondering whether that is per business or per street, or what that presumably that's not 4 events per year for the whole city, or maybe it is. But I think that would be useful to explain in terms of limitations, impact, and so on.
Have you completed your public comment?
Yes, as I say, there's 55 seconds left, and if it's possible to have an answer about the cost and the limitations per year, that would be appreciated.
All right, we can try to address that after public comment. Any other member of the public? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed. Thank you very much. Supervisor Kim, I don't know if you have the answer to the question of cost, or if there's a staff member that could answer to try to shed some light on this question. Please, thank you.
Well, just so you guys know, as per the permit for this, it is full cost recovery. They've paid an application fee, they've paid for staff fees, and they'll pay full cost recovery for police as per Administrative Code 10B over the cost of the event, as well as for fire inspectors. And I know the lieutenant can probably address the questions about the closures. What he was referring to, the 4 events a year, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, has to do with their liquor license. So the transportation code regulates events per ISCOT. We don't limit them for venue, but for the sidewalk closure and for this situation, it's as per 4 events for their liquor license.
Thank you so much. Thanks for answering that question. Oh, Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this legislation. I just want to say it seems like every few months we learn of a new crazy state law regulating liquor and trying to micromanage how local communities deal with alcohol. Last I checked, we have a very well-regarded and experienced police department that deals with these permit issues, not to mention our other departments, but yet again, we have to go through all sorts of hoops because the state is micromanaging how we do alcohol. And there have been situations where the police department has been supportive of a particular liquor license, and ABC creates all sorts of problems, and it's a very frustrating situation. And these matters are really fundamentally about local control, and I hope that we can move in that direction.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, are there any other members that'd like to speak? All right, seeing none. This item is agendized as a committee report, so the motion that we take up will need to reflect that. Supervisor Kim?
So I'd like to make a motion to move this forward with recommendation as a committee report.
All right, thank you. And without objection, that motion passes. Madam Clerk, could you please call item 2?
Item number 2 is an ordinance amending the health code by changing the exemption for permitted signs of the sugar-sweetened beverage warning ordinance to signs permitted on or before October 20th, 2015.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener is the author of this item and will lead the discussion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for agendizing this legislation today. This legislation will correct the technical oversight in the sugary beverages health warning legislation that this board unanimously passed earlier this year. And colleagues, just to refresh your recollection, this legislation really is part of our continuing effort to address the very negative health impacts of sugary beverages on our community. These drinks are a significant factor in the explosion of type 2 diabetes and other metabolic diseases that are really surging, not just in San Francisco, but throughout the state and the country and, frankly, various parts of the world. And so we authored this legislation and the board passed it, and it is the first of its kind. For the first time ever, it requires health warnings in connection with the advertising of sugary drinks, specifically on billboards and other stationary signs. So it's really important legislation. The beverage industry has, of course, filed a lawsuit against it. We feel confident that we'll be able to beat that lawsuit, and I look forward to that, and I look forward to this ordinance going into effect. One of the exceptions in the legislation excluded any general advertising sign that has been permitted by the city prior to the operative date of the legislation. In other words, we weren't going to require that signs be torn down and replaced. This was prospective, so new signs that went up or signs as they were replaced will be required to have the health warnings on them. We inadvertently defined that cutoff, that grandfathering cutoff, as the quote-unquote operative date, which normally would be fine. It would be 30 days after the mayor's signature. But in this legislation, we had actually defined the operative date as 1 year after the signing of the legislation, and so that created a 1-year window in which people could try to rush in non-compliant signs without the health warnings, and that was never our intent. And so this legislation closes that loophole by stating that as of the date of the introduction of this legislation, which was October 20th of this year, that is the cutoff, that any sign that goes up after that date has to contain the health warning. And I did misspeak earlier. This exception applies to non-billboards, so to signs that are not general advertising signs. Colleagues, this is a very simple piece of legislation to close that loophole. I do have one minor amendment that I will read, and after public comment ask that we adopt, and that is on page 2, line 3 of the legislation, where it says currently excluding any general advertising sign that satisfies. We would change that back to the way it was before we introduced this legislation to state excluding any general advertising sign that satisfies. Mr. Givner?
Deputy City Attorney John Givner. So you'd change it, the current proposal is any general advertising sign that satisfies, and you would be changing it back to its original form, which is any general advertising sign unless it satisfies. Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my notes were incorrect here. So that is the amendment as recommended by the City Attorney's Office, and after public comment, I'll ask that the committee adopt it. Thank you.
Supervisor Wiener, is that it?
Yes.
Shall we go to public comment?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take public comment on item 2. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the podium. Either microphone is live. All right, seeing no public comment, public comment is closed. Is there a motion on this item?
So first, Madam Chair, I'll move the amendment as I described it.
All right, there's a motion moved, and without objection, this amendment is accepted.
And then,
Next.
Madam Chair, I move that we forward item 2 to the full Board of Supervisors with positive recommendation.
All right. Without objection, this motion passes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, could you please call item 3?
Item number 3 is an ordinance amending the planning code to increase the child care in lieu fee for office and hotel development projects and apply the fee to projects of 25,000 or more gross square feet, impose a tiered child care fee for residential development projects, and all developers the option to provide on-site small family daycare homes in lieu of the fee.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Yee is the sponsor of this legislation, and he has joined us today. Supervisor Yee, why don't you lead the discussion?
Hello. Thank you, Chair Cohen. I want to say that this has been a discussion my office has had for quite a long time, and I'm excited to sit before you to discuss legislation that will address the historical underfunding and underwhelming production of child care centers in San Francisco. The child care impact fee was the first impact fee that San Francisco ever assessed on development, and this was actually created about over 25 years ago. San Francisco has also been the first city to create an inclusionary housing program. Today, we are once again leading the way by creating the first program to give developers an option to dedicate units to family child care. If passed, this program would be the first of its kind in the nation. We currently have 3,500 children on the waiting list for child care services. However, we only have licensed child care capacity for only 42% of the children with working parents. Couple this with the fact that we have projections that within the next 15 years, San Francisco's population will grow by another 170,000, meaning there will be even more children. This means we have to do more and to think creatively about how to increase the availability of child care for our families. The legislation before you today will expand the collection of child care impact fee to include both commercial and residential developments citywide, and will increase the fees to those determined by the 2014 citywide Nexus study. These additional fees could result in upwards of $5 million for the child care facilities funds over the next 7 to 10 years, meaning it would essentially double the current fees that would be collected. It costs between $400,000 to $500,000 just to build out a small, not large one, a small child care center in San Francisco due to the high cost of the construction and the stringent state licensing requirements. So the real innovation is finding more affordable options. One of the best ways to offer child care is through licensed home-based family child care. This legislation will create an option for developers to develop housing units to support family child care. Each one of these units could serve up to 8 children at any given time, meaning over the lifespan, let's say 10 years, you could be serving as many as 500 children. 100 children. Developers of residential rental projects will have the option to dedicate up to 3 units, depending on the size of the projects, to be dedicated to licensed family child care. This would allow them to receive a decrease in the amount of money due to the child care facilities impact fee. We strongly believe that this will lead to the creation of dozens of units that will have the potential of assisting hundreds of families. And this is in particularly true for those new areas or areas where they're developing a lot of new housing and commercial space in which services are lacking. This legislation has gone through a number of revisions, and we have continued to work tirelessly to address the comments that we have received and value each and every one of them. I want to thank the Planning Commission, the planning staff who worked diligently with us to craft this legislation, Manika Mullen, the staff of the Mayor's Office of Housing, including Sophie Hayward and Maria Benjamin, for their perspectives in helping me to lend a wider, give me a wider lens on looking at this particular legislation. And finally, colleagues, today you will hear from many of the child care providers about their experience, the needs that they witness every day, and the way the issue of housing affordability has impacted them just like everybody else in the city. And I want to thank also Supervisor Kim and Supervisor Avalos for co-sponsoring this piece of legislation. I've dedicated my whole life in making San Francisco a family-friendly city. I have worked to accomplish that. I have raised my family here, and I believe this is an important step in that direction. So the rest I will, I guess, ask whether the public want to speak.
Sure. If you're done with your presentation, we can take it to public comment. All right. If there are any members of the public that would like to speak, I have cards. First, Graham Dobson, Lawlin Long, and Candace Wong. Could you please come up and speak? And if there's any other members that'd like to speak on this item number 3, please do so.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Graham Dobson from the San Francisco Office of Early Care and Education. I just wanted to let you know that our office is fully supportive of this ordinance. The creation and expansion of childcare facilities is one of the main city strategies to increase and retain childcare and early education slots for San Francisco families. OECE oversees the Child Care Facilities Fund, which incorporates childcare developer fees through a contract with the Low Income Investment Fund. These fees are a very important resource for early care and education. The child care development fees help expand early education capacity by providing grants for center development and family child care expansion. Currently, there's not nearly enough funding available in the fund to support all of the proposed facilities in the pipeline. The most recent child care needs assessment showed an increase in the 0 to 5-year-old population, and it's projected that this number will only continue to grow. Increased building development in San Francisco, especially of residential units, has an immediate impact on the surrounding community, increasing the need for early childhood education spaces as an important part of the city's infrastructure. We need a mixed early education delivery system in San Francisco that includes both center-based programs and family child care, which provides the majority of available infant and toddler slots. The inclusion in the ordinance of the option to provide family child care units is an innovative and forward-thinking strategy, and our office is committed to supporting its introduction. The Office of Early Care and Education looks forward to an increase of the child care developer fee and extending it to residential properties and expanding both center and family child care capacity through the passing of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Lawlin Long. I'm the Director of FACES SF, and we serve citywide in child care and employment training. We have 450 children every day that take advantage of our infant, toddler, child care, and after-school programs. One thing you should know that child care facility is used about 3,000 hours a year. That's probably double what a public school system. So the facilities are used and used at length because our parents and our families get training and they go to work full time. So you come at 7 a.m. and you pick your child up at 6 or 6:30 p.m. So the facilities are used at a long time. So there's 2 points. One is that we need to have living rates. Rates are the rates that we get from the state and supported by the city so that we can provide quality child care for the 450 children we serve and the several thousand that the city serves. And I thank you for the forward thinking about facilities, and we need quality facilities. As you know, some facilities are in basements, modulars, some homes, so it's time to upgrade and expand new facilities. We would be happy to move into a new facility if one was available, either in the Bayview, Viz Valley. There are many, many needs. So let's have a quality child care practice, if you will, in raising the rates and the quality with the students, as well as having nice facilities for them. I understand that the next This proposal could be up to $5 or $6 million, and that will help a few facilities, but certainly there's a lot more online. I have a waiting list of over 2 years, and I can't fill it. So when Norman suggested that there's a waiting list of 3,500 or 4,000, many of these children will not be served in their 0 to 5 age group in San Francisco. So let's build facilities, and let's improve the quality, increase the quality and number of slots in this city to provide for the working poor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Candace Wong, Director of the Child Care Facilities Fund with the Low Income Investment Fund. I first want to thank Supervisor Yee, Supervisor Kim, and Avalos for co-sponsoring this piece of legislation. I think it's a long time in coming when it takes 25 years for us to kind of think about our kids and think about how we need to expand a fund that has been really low, and we haven't been able to support the facilities that we've needed to in the city. We currently have at least close to $10 million worth of facilities projects in the pipeline for this year alone. In the next 3 years, we see another $36 million worth of potential need for child care facilities. And while the $5 million increase will really help with child care facilities development, it actually really helps to leverage private sector dollars as well, because obviously the grants that we provide helps to the provider to use that as leverage to increase and get other fundraising and other private sector investments in child care facilities development, which is key. And I think in terms of with this piece of legislation, it also allows for family child care. We're not only going to continue to support building family affordable family housing, but it's a twofer. It's also supporting our small minority women-owned businesses in the city as well, and I think that is a really critical piece of this piece of legislation. In the past couple years, when there was some transitions within the Head Start contracts, it was this fund that helped to leverage and help to relicense probably a dozen child care centers to serve over 1,000 kids in the city. And it's that type of creative utilization of the fund that has helped to really leverage our ability to serve more kids in the city, especially as the city grows with more family-friendly housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members that'd like to speak? Okay, seeing no other public comment. Okay, come on.
Hi, my name is Rosie Kennedy. I'm with the Family Child Care Association of San Francisco. I just want to say that the 700 plus family child care providers care for about 5,000 young children on any given day, especially on a weekday. In a recent survey, we just found out that about half of the family child care providers rent, and about half of them are without rent control. Surprisingly, about half of those have either been going in the process of being eviction, or their rent has been significantly increased in the last couple of years. And also a third of the renters reported that they're either having problems or expect to have serious problems in the next year. So these providers are the ones who care for the smallest children. They're there for a long time, average 15 to 20 years experience, and much more educated than what licensing is required. So I'll stop there. I know there are some other providers who can speak for themselves as to more detailed experience. And thank you so much, and thank you, Supervisor Yee, and for hearing us, and we support it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak on behalf of my mother. My name is Karen Alvarado, and I'm a family child care owner-operator. I fully support the inclusionary child care ordinance. Parents rely on me for safe, stable child care so they can go to work. Just last Sunday, a dad had to go to the ER, and his son came to me. I love what I do. I have heard from many other citizens that I am good at it, and I want to do it as long as I can. I am a senior and have been doing it all my life. I am a native. I have raised 3 children and have 3 grandchildren. My disabilities limit me somewhat, but the families I work with know what I can do and what I can't do. Presently, I am limited to an under 32-pound limit. I live with my mother, and she's disabled, and she has been doing this for some time. And I have seen a closure of a number of child care facilities where she has asked me to go with her to receive donations from people who have had exorbitant rent hikes and who had to go out of business because of them. And we were able to obtain toys and books, and other donations for the kids that she watches. And I can say that she's probably had 100 kids go through her care that I would know of. And all of the families regard her as a professional grandmother. And she's in support of this. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Judith Boskini, and I'm also a family child care provider. I got evicted, and I had to relocate my daycare. I was evicted at just cause, just because my landlord wanted the house back. And because of this, I had to find a new house, which is close to impossible because people will not want to rent to child care providers. My rent got increased from $3,000 to $3,800 per month, and this have an impact on the family I'm working with because obviously they're going to have to pay for more tuitions. I take care of kids from whose parents work full-time. I'm open from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and the family rely on me because I am open 50 weeks per year. I am flexible if they have to drop off early, pick up later. And more than that, I think like in San Francisco, a lot of people are not from here, so they do not have any family support. And being in a family childcare home gives them the opportunity to build this community around the kids and the family and give them all the help they need when needed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Very good to hear all of you talking about this important issue in the city. I just wanted to introduce myself. I am Sarah Hicks Kilday, the director of the San Francisco Child Care Providers Association, and I want to commend Supervisor Yee on pushing for this legislation, this initiative, and talk about the importance of any planning and development going on in the city has to look at what the goals are in the city, and if the goals are to support human beings living in the city, then thinking about our youngest is absolutely crucial for that, and having it be a key part of your planning and development is crucial for that. I bring together convenings all throughout the city for child care providers, delivering early childhood education in all the places that they do. And they bring their concerns to me because they can't come to daytime meetings often enough. So I want to echo their voices here and say that an absolutely crucial piece that they need is to make sure that they have facilities, family child care providers needing homes where they're able to provide quality early childhood and education. So I appreciate hearing this being discussed about today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Michelle Lundy, and I was a family child care provider for 33 years. During that time, I took care of hundreds of children and supported their working parents. I see the children around the city still, and they range from 8 to about 42 years, and many of which have children. I'm sad to hear that family child care providers who rent are vulnerable to rent increases they cannot afford and to evictions. I support the Inclusion Child Care Ordinance, including the family child care option. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for the chance for the speaker to you today. My name is Xue Juan. I'm English not too good, but I'm a working parent. I'm lucky because my son was a family child care home. I had time to go into school, work, and take care of my family. My son was safe in home with friends, things to learn, healthy meal, and a very good provider. Now my little boy is happy, 9 years old. He's doing very well in school. He loves to talk with everyone, and he is good friends. I know that it's Angela, her family child care provider, has to a lot to do with that. My friend from Thailand, I just came to the United States. I invited her to put her daughter in family child care in San Francisco. what would we do with our small child care when we had to going to work? So we support the including child care and the family child care apartment option. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene Mahassan Thomas Jacks. I am a child care provider for many, many years. I have been doing this for, I'd say, about 30-something years. Child care to me is not just a job, it's more than that. The children that I deal with and their parents, they become our family. And being in the community, it really helps, because when we have people in our community that we can all work together to build our community, and by building our community, it makes a change. It helps the children that's there with us, from maybe infants all the way up to elementary school. I am a native of San Francisco, born and raised, and I have loved to stay here and continue doing this business. It's really rewarding. I think all the providers who have come out today and more are very educated people. We enjoy what we do. And by doing it, I say again that it builds our community. And as the saying goes, it takes a community, a family to build. I am at this point being pushed out of San Francisco. It really is very hard for me to deal with, because I don't see a way to stay here anymore. And like I said, I was born and raised here, and I would like to continue business. And by keeping different units open for child care, it would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
For children, teenager, adult, elderly, of their nourishment, life support, education, cultivation, what's been focused behind would be the United Sitting Meditation System and Holy Mercy of Talent Meeting for the internal, external sectors of cultivation and pathway. So in time of such nourishment, education, cultivation, and well-being in life would come into good orders because of such internal, external cultivation and pathway of taking. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Supervisor Yee, I just want to thank you for your advocacy on this issue. As you heard from the providers and the work that you and I have done before, when I served on the First Five Commission, we know that the child care continues to be a need in our city, which is only continues to grow. I have a couple quick questions, two in particular for you. I wanted to know what happens to the tenant and the unit if an individual child care business is unsuccessful.
So one of the things I'll be doing, asking for, is an amendment to a few minor amendments. But basically, we had made that discussion, had the discussion with the mayor's office and city planning, and the idea is that originally, and we're working through it, that's why we're making amendments, the idea would be that one is restricted in that unit to provide the licensed family child care, and we understand you can't just start it right away, so there was some lead time to provide for the individual that's living there to get their license. So that was upfront, and then we discussed, well, what happens if they choose not to? And part of the solution there would have been if the development, the housing facilities had several units where one could move over to another affordable housing and keep that particular unit available for someone that actually really want to run family childcare. And there's some practical barriers to that, but because we really don't want people to lose their housing if they choose. So we want to be flexible, and we decided that rather than try to put everything, legislate all that, we'll allow for the city planning and the mayor's office to work out some of the details. My take on this is that if we're asking the developer to keep a unit open for 10 years for one to run the family child care, that if somebody chooses to leave after a few years, then or don't do family child care, one of the things we want to make sure is that then do they still qualify in terms of the affordability of the housing unit. Number two, if it's within a few years of moving in, then there's probably another 6-7 years where somebody actually operate. So we would like to see somebody go in there and operate. And then the other part of the discussion is, well, what if they're getting to be a little older and they've been there for 9 years, and then they decide, okay, I've really had it, I don't want to do it anymore. So you have a year left of that. So practically, we say, well, let's be flexible with that and just leave it alone, because you're not going to find somebody to come in and actually get a license and start operating that soon.
So Supervisor Yee, did you read into the record your amendments? You did? Okay. So.
Oh, no, I haven't yet. I was going to do that.
Okay. Yeah, please do, because my support is predicated on the amendments. I specifically want to see. So my biggest concern is that the legislation was the designated child care unit component, and we know that the city needs child care and the population is only growing. So specifically, I wanted to see this obligation as an addition to our existing inclusionary housing or affordable housing requirements, so that we're not creating a new preference for child care providers within our existing inclusionary housing program. So I will.
Okay. Let me go ahead and
please, yeah, thank you.
Well, first of all, let me thank the people that came here, because many of them actually are active providers, and it's a big deal for them to be able to take off and come here to City Hall to support this. It's unlike other professions. You just don't have a lot of folks out there that can just step into their spots and take their place, and you can't say to the families that they're taking of the kids that, by the way, I'm going to be taking off a few hours. Why don't you take care of your own kid? That just doesn't happen. And I'm glad they also share, a few of them share their stories about the fact that they're just like anybody else in the city. They're losing their rental units. They're getting kicked out, basically. And in fact, one of this discussion of in particular family child care, but even center-based where the rents are going up, that they are being forced to leave. And this discussion happened over a year ago in my office with other supervisors, including Supervisor Avalos' office. And we didn't really have a comeback to that in terms of how we could help. And as I thought more about this, I thought, since we're going to do this inclusionary child care fund and expanding it, that let's think of a creative way where we can actually, number one, help low-income folks that are providing these type of services. So it's not just doing one thing, you're doing two things with a unit. So during that discussion, there were some concerns from the mayor's office, who felt that there were too many set-asides already for inclusionary affordable housing. And as we supported one recently, where 40% is already set aside, they didn't want one more unit to be set aside. So one of the things that we agree with them, okay, let's figure out a different mechanism for this. So I'm going to ask for basically an amendment that would be of the whole to the legislation, and this would include two changes. One, it will remove the on-site small family child care home in lieu of fee for the inclusionary housing program. Okay, so that addresses, I think, your concern.
Yes.
Supervisor Cohn.
Thanks.
And then the other one, and we will continue working on that piece. So I think we have some solution, but we just didn't feel like we had enough time to work out all the details for today. And we want to move this forward because the bigger piece really is including residential for fees. The other one is for the units that were set aside, and this came from the city planning, the Planning Commission's recommendation that we should really not have these units be smaller than 1,000 square foot for operating a licensed family child care. So we're including language in there to reflect that dictates a minimum square footage of 1,000 square feet for a small child care home. So what we're trying to do is not to cannibalize our affordable housing program, and I think this would do that. We will continue, like I said, to work with Planning Department, the Office of Early Care and Education, and the Mayor's Office of Housing on the implementation of the program itself in terms of having units dedicated for family child care providers. So if that doesn't answer your question, I'd be more than
no, you've answered the question, and I think also you've circulated the document as well.
So it's reflected in what I just circulated.
Perfect. All right, is that it? Can we continue?
I hope I have your support.
I'm pleased to see that you're proposing today. I can support this component. Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there a motion on this amendment? Supervisor Weiner? Anyone?
I wanted to actually make a comment.
Okay, hold on. Supervisor Avalos, I didn't even see you down there.
Thank you. Here I am, Supervisor Avalos. I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Yee for putting this legislation forward. I live in a district that has a very high population of children, probably the highest under the age of 5 and growing. And we've also lost a number of facilities for childcare, including center-based care and family daycare. We have evictions of family daycare providers who are losing their homes and losing their businesses. And this has taken out a huge amount of childcare in San Francisco. And this is actually one of the areas where we're creating a fund and pool of funds for childcare facilities that I'm really confident that this is one of those rare funds that can be used to support childcare facilities in District 11. Usually a lot of the funds that we create for citywide purposes aren't shared in the southern part of San Francisco, but because we have a huge demand, I feel that this is actually something that is going to get down in more than a trickle to District 11 and other parts of San Francisco that have high numbers of children, youth, and families. So I want to say thank you to Supervisor Yee for coming forward with this legislation. I'll be glad to co-sponsor.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Avalos and Supervisor Kim.
I also just wanted to thank Supervisor Norman Yee for being the leader on child care and early childhood education here on this Board of Supervisors. It's something that we have not done enough of here at the city level, and it's great that we can work even from a land use perspective to make sure our developers are really paying their fair share to ensure as we grow jobs and as we grow housing that we have the facilities to support families living, working, and staying here in San Francisco. And by ensuring that we have actual space to provide child care, we can do that. So I'm really excited to support this. So I'd like to make a motion to move this forward with recommendation to the full board.
I think we need to make the amendments.
I'm sorry. So my apologies. So I make a motion to make the amendments as proposed by Supervisor Norman Yee.
All right. Thank you very much. This motion is accepted unanimously. Okay. Is there another motion?
And now I'd like to make a motion to move this forward with recommendation to the full board.
Excellent. Thank you. Without objection, this motion passes as well. Unanimously. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much to my colleagues here, and I hope that you will decide to even co-sponsor this.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing this to us, and to the advocates that came to testify. Thank you so much for your work. Could you please? Okay. Madam Clerk, could you please call item number 4?
Item number 4 is a hearing on the planning for anticipated neighborhood impacts, job opportunities, transportation issues, and time impacts, and safety plans for the events associated with Super Bowl 50, including any Market Street closures or removal of Muni overhead wires.
Okay, thank you. So, colleagues, as you know, you all know Super Bowl 50 will be coming to the Bay Area February 2016, and this is an incredible opportunity for our region and San Francisco. But as we've learned from the past, large-scale events that take place in the city can have significant impacts for our residents on our transportation system as well as our local economy. I've called for this hearing to get a better understanding of these anticipated impacts. I know that this event will have many positive effects, but it is critical that we know how everyday people's lives are going to be impacted. We're looking to minimize any disruption that may exist on the transportation system, and we want to ensure that that system remains functional and effective. I'm also concerned about how costs for the event will be broken down and how much the city will be responsible for. Another component I'd like more information on is how this will evenly benefit all of the members of the local economy. Our small businesses should be able to benefit from the opportunity. We should be driving attendance to this to the Super Bowl to explore all parts of San Francisco, not just the parts encompassed by the Super Bowl city and the fan zone. And more importantly, we need to prioritize hiring locally for all components of this celebration, which also includes construction. So the final point that I'm interested in also hearing about what our plans are in terms of addressing public safety and emergencies. Specifically, I want to ensure that this Super Bowl event doesn't take away our public safety resources from other neighborhoods. And I also want to be assured that we're prepared for the large amount of visitors that will be in our city during this event. So today we will have a hearing from a number of speakers as well as departments who are involved in the Super Bowl planning and the execution of all of these collective efforts. First, I'd like to bring up the Super Bowl committee to make a presentation. I just want to remind all the presenters that the laptop has been loaded up with presentations and we'll be ready to go. Good to see you, Mr. Daniel Lurie. He's our first presenter.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Kim Ann Weiner would like to speak briefly before we get into the presentation. Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for calling for this hearing today. I think we're all very excited about the prospect of having the Super Bowl in the Bay Area, and I want to thank the host committee as well as the Office of Economic Workforce Development and the MTA for working together to make sure that San Francisco participates in the benefits that the Super Bowl is going to bring. And the celebration we're going to have here in San Francisco is a great opportunity. It will bring a lot of people into the city and generate the sales tax and hotel tax and all the other revenues that we rely on in so many of our priorities here in City Hall, whether it's transit, affordable housing, access to health care, and so forth. And so I want to thank everyone for making that happen. I want to particularly thank the host committee for its work to engage with youth organizations and to raise significant amounts of money and to provide grants to so many organizations that are helping our youth to succeed. Of course, with any event of this magnitude, approximately 1 week, blocking off a small portion of Lower Market Street, there are going to be transportation impacts, and I know that that's been a significant topic of discussion about how to minimize those impacts and to make sure that our residents and our visitors are able to get around and that people are able to get out to all parts of the city while they're visiting San Francisco to go shopping and to support our local economy. I know that there are a number of the lines that are impacted on Muni are being rerouted, a very short reroute, that the impacts on those lines will be pretty de minimis, and that is terrific. The one line that I think will be significantly impacted is the F Market, which, because it can only run on the tracks on Market Street, will not be able to make it through the Embarcadero and up the Embarcadero towards Fisherman's Wharf. So as I understand it, the historic streetcars on the F line will run north from the ferry building to Fisherman's Wharf and back, and then from, I guess, Beale Street west to Castro and Market. There will be no historic streetcars. There will be a bus replacement instead. And so while I'm certainly glad that there's going to continue to be very strong transit connections between the Embarcadero and the Castro, because we want to make sure that the Castro is able to participate in the economic benefits of this festival. I know that there has been concern expressed by the Castro merchants that the lack of historic streetcars on that section of the F Market will reduce the number of tourists who are going to want to take a historic ride to the Castro and go shopping. And so today I'm definitely going to have some questions for the MTA and for OEWD about how we can make sure that connection happens and that all parts of the city benefit from this historic and unique event. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Wiener. Okay, Mr. Laurie, you're up.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all, supervisors, for having us here today. My name is Daniel Lurie, and I'm the chair of the Super Bowl 50 Host Committee. As some of you may know, I'm also the founder and CEO of Tipping Point Community, a nonprofit that is focused on fighting poverty here in the Bay Area. At Tipping Point, my day job is to work with and invest in people who have dedicated their lives to helping others. When I was asked to lead the Super Bowl bid a little over 3 years ago, I agreed to do so on one condition: that the effort reflect my personal values and Tipping Point's values of giving back. The key for me, if I was going to be involved in this effort, was that it had to be about our community. It had to be about bringing our community together and lifting people up. It would have to leave a positive and lasting legacy. In short, it would have to be the most giving Super Bowl ever. And that's what Super Bowl 50 will be. You'll hear more details from our CEO in a moment, but I want to emphasize something important. The NFL requires Super Bowl host cities and regions to raise $1 million locally for charity, which they will match with $1 million of their own. From the beginning, we wanted to blow that out of the water. Last year, Arizona gave $2 million to local charities, total. This week, on Giving Tuesday, we announced that $5 million have already been given to local high-performing youth-serving charities. And that's with 2 months to go before the game. We have more than $8 million committed. And when we pass the $10 million charitable contributions mark, and I'm telling you that we will not only be the most charitable Super Bowl ever, but we will have set a new bar in professional sports and entertainment activities of this scope. This is how you give back to the community. So in a few moments, you'll hear from our CEO, Keith Bruce, who will walk through the plans for the exciting activities, public events, and other plans for Super Bowl week here in San Francisco. It's going to be an incredible week and something that I hope you all supervisors will be incredibly proud of. But I wanted to take a moment at the outset to reinforce why my team and I are so committed to this event. Because in addition to the enormous benefit that San Francisco and the entire region will see, in addition to all of the filled hotel rooms, restaurants, cafes, and shops, all the small businesses like caterers and artists and florists who will benefit, in addition to the tens of thousands, if not potentially hundreds of thousands of visitors coming into the city, not only to downtown, but to our neighborhood merchant districts. In addition to the construction jobs, musicians, and stagehands that will be on hand to help us pull off this week, in addition to the global audience of more than 100 million viewers. That's 100 million sets of eyes, all focused on San Francisco and the Bay Area. Essentially a commercial for our city and for the visitors industry that is literally priceless. In addition to all of that, we will have done something really good for our community, something lasting. So whether you're a football fan or fanatic, or you don't like the game, whether you're going to bring your kids down to the free Super Bowl city for days on end, or you're going to avoid Justin Herman Plaza like the plague, you should know two things. One, this golden anniversary Super Bowl will showcase all that makes our community great on the largest possible stage. And here at home, it's already helping our groups like the LGBT Center, the 3rd Street Youth Center, Baycat, 826 Valencia, Juma, and other great programs focused on supporting local children and their families. Thank you, and please let me introduce the CEO of our host committee, Keith Bruce.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Before Keith Bruce speaks, I just want to let the next voice that we will hear in terms of the presenters will come from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Todd Rufo will be making the presentation. He will be followed by the Department of Emergency Management, who will be Bijan Karimi, who will be the one delivering the presentation. Following Bijan will be a presentation from SFMTA delivered by Peter Albert. Then we will hear from the SF Police Department, a presentation made by Captain Tim Falvey. And then finally we'll hear from the port, Daley Dunham. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair Cohen, Supervisors Kim and Weiner, thank you very much for having me here today to talk about Super Bowl 50. My name is Keith Bruce, and I am the CEO of the Super Bowl 50 Host Committee. As Daniel shared, we are on a mission to ensure the Bay Area and the city of San Francisco benefit from this Super Bowl. For the past 2+ years, we've been planning every day, not just for the Super Bowl, but also for how people in this city and region can enjoy and benefit from this national celebration. It has been my honor to lead this host committee, and I'm so pleased to work with all of our partners in city government. Without their dedication and support, we could not accomplish our common goal. Each year, the Super Bowl is one of the most watched, highly anticipated events in the world. And the excitement will be even greater this coming February as the NFL celebrates the milestone Super Bowl 50 right here in the Bay Area and in our world-class city of San Francisco. Big events like the Super Bowl provide our region with unprecedented positive exposure. As Daniel mentioned, more than 120 million viewers in the United States alone and nearly 1 billion worldwide. The international media, corporations, NFL employees, and VIPs will spend days and weeks spending money on hotels, restaurants, small businesses, and other tourist destinations, as well as renting out spaces to host parties and activate their sponsorships. The total spending in the region by those connected to the Super Bowl has been annually reported to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, according to the last several Super Bowl host cities. We're going to do an economic impact study and a financial assessment after our Super Bowl is completed, using real numbers and real data. But we expect the 50th anniversary game in a region like ours will be on the high side of those recent impact assessments, economic impact assessments. Our organization, along with our partners and the city agencies you'll hear from later, are committed to making this milestone Super Bowl an unforgettable experience for the fans, visitors, and residents alike. The host committee, as background, is the 501c6 nonprofit company that is formed once the city of San Francisco was awarded the bid to host Super Bowl 50. Our role is to prepare the region for the hosting of the Super Bowl, and we have been working with public agencies and our city partners ever since we won the bid in May of 2013 to put the event on. To be clear, we are not the NFL. We are a separate company, but we work closely with the NFL every day to fulfill the bid requirements on behalf of our region. As Daniel shared, we are focused on redefining the Super Bowl. Simply said, this means planning, preparing, and hosting a Super Bowl celebration that reflects the values of our region, and in particular, the host city of San Francisco. Our philosophy from day one has been community first. During the bid process, we committed to give 25% of all monies raised through our corporate sponsorships to high-impact Bay Area nonprofits. We have focused on how this game can leave a legacy for this city and region long after the last whistle is blown. We're going to showcase the Bay Area as no other sporting event has ever done, creating opportunities for families and individuals throughout our region to participate in Super Bowl celebrations through free public events like Super Bowl City. And we're going to make sure the unique fabric of the Bay Area is woven throughout the entire experience. This is the Bay Area's Super Bowl, plain and simple, and it should showcase the best our region and our city has to offer, with interactive games and activities that will highlight the region's technological prowess, our culinary expertise, and our cultural diversity. The vehicle to ensure that this Super Bowl leaves a positive, lasting legacy of good for the Bay Area and for San Francisco is our 50 Fund. The 50 Fund is the legacy fund of the Super Bowl 50 Host Committee. We show all of our grants, our list of beneficiaries, and the impact on youth throughout the region in real time and in full transparency at impact.50fund.org. Last week, as Daniel mentioned on Giving Tuesday, we announced that $5.2 million to date have been distributed to over 100 organizations serving more than 320,000 Bay Area youth. $1,586,000 has been granted in San Francisco alone to 26 organizations benefiting nearly 50,000 youth. And Daniel mentioned many of the companies that have benefited. District 10 has received 6 grants. District 6 has received 4 grants. District 8 has received 4 grants for organizations such as 826 Valencia, the San Francisco LGBT Community Center, and Juma Ventures. Our goal is to raise and contribute over $10 million in total, giving us the title of the most giving Super Bowl in history. The host committee has also placed a major emphasis on how our local businesses can win with this Super Bowl. Business Connect is the NFL's supplier diversity program to ensure that Bay Area and San Francisco businesses have a chance to reap the benefits of the big game coming to our city and to our region. For those of you who aren't familiar with the program, Business Connect is the NFL's signature initiative to link minority, women, LGBT, and disabled veteran-owned businesses with Super Bowl 50 contracting opportunities. It gives them a shot to earn money with this Super Bowl. This is the first year that the Business Connect program is open to LGBT-owned businesses, and we were proud to lead the way and advocate for that change so that the NFL can similarly open up this program to LGBT businesses in future Super Bowl host cities going forward. It was an idea whose time has come, and there was no better place to launch it than in San Francisco. Of the approximately 425 Business Connect suppliers region-wide, San Francisco has the most businesses of any other region, 85 businesses in total, comprising 23% of the program. 34 businesses have already received contracts from Super Bowl 50 and the host committee, and many more are expected, particularly with the next 2 months leading up to the game. These include businesses such as Premier Staffing, Eloprint, Baycat, and Ashbury Images. These businesses will provide services and goods to help put on Super Bowl City, our free-to-the-public fan village, and our celebration hubs for residents and visitors alike. You will also hear from Todd Rufo of OEWD, who will speak to the many businesses and jobs in the city of San Francisco benefiting from the Super Bowl coming to our Bay Area. Finally, Super Bowl City. Centered in Justin Herman Plaza on the Embarcadero, Super Bowl City will feature family-friendly activities for fans of all ages contained within a safe and secure footprint. It is being designed to showcase the best the Bay Area has to offer with interactive games and activities that highlight the best of our music, our art, and our sporting culture. CBS, which is broadcasting the game, is also staging its live national broadcast from the foot of Market Street, capturing iconic views of the city each day and telecasting them all over the world during Super Bowl week. The NFL Network and CNN will also be broadcasting live from Super Bowl City each day that it is open. Truly, the eyes of the world will be on San Francisco for that entire 9-day celebratory period. You simply cannot buy that type of exposure. Super Bowl City will be built in accordance with local hire ordinances, and we are currently engaging in planning with a number of unions, including Local 16, 510, 2785, and 22, with hundreds of jobs anticipated accordingly. After the attacks in Paris and San Bernardino, we know public safety is at the forefront of everyone's minds. Public safety has always been a top priority for us at the host committee, at Super Bowl City, at the stadium, and around the entire region. The host committee is working in lockstep with the NFL, city officials and departments, the San Francisco Police Department, state and federal public safety agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, to create a safe and secure environment for everyone involved during Super Bowl 50. There will be thorough bag checks at designated entry points to Super Bowl City, along with a secured perimeter area. We have also been working closely with the SFMTA, who you'll hear from shortly, on all transportation plans related to Super Bowl week in San Francisco. Our focus, quite simply, is creating a safe, fun environment in Super Bowl City while working to minimize disruptions for residents, local businesses, and commuters. As you all may have read, after many thorough reviews, we adjusted our plans to eliminate any temporary removal of overhead wires near Super Bowl City. And that's because we as a host committee wanted to minimize any disruption to the city, the daily lives of residents and commuters as best we can. As we've seen in the past, our city partners are great at managing these massive events with similar impacts, such as Open World and Dreamforce, as well as major public events like the Chinese New Year Parade, the Pride Parade, Fleet Week, New Year's Eve celebrations, the World Series parades, and many more. We believe Super Bowl City will be a celebration that truly reflects the spirit and the personality of the host city of San Francisco and the entire region. And we will bring the magic of Super Bowl to life in the week leading up to game day. We greatly appreciate the partnership of the city and the county of San Francisco, and we know that this event will greatly benefit the city, its residents, its businesses, and set a new bar for how sporting events will be hosted going forward. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so would the next speaker come on up? Mr. Todd Rufo.
Afternoon, Supervisors. Todd Rufo, Director of Economic and Workforce Development for the City of San Francisco. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Supervisor Cohen, to speak and present today and share the city's planning and preparation for Super Bowl 50. We are so excited to be able to be a part and host the Super Bowl. It's a global event that will showcase San Francisco to the world, as others have mentioned earlier today, our values and what makes San Francisco so special. As Mr. Bruce mentioned, for 2+ years since we were awarded the Super Bowl, the city, across city agencies, along with the host committee, as well as with our state, federal, and regional partners, have been planning for this event. And we're thrilled to be able to share the planning and preparation with you all today. I'm particularly excited about Super Bowl City, a free and open event to the public that will allow San Franciscans from all across the city to be able to experience the Super Bowl, and for San Francisco to be able to share what makes us so special with everyone who's coming to Super Bowl City, the hundreds of thousands of visitors that will be in San Francisco. And as Mr. Bruce mentioned, the city is no stranger to supporting and helping to be a part and helping to ensure successful events that are free and open to the public, like the Pride Parade and like World Series parades and Fleet Week and others, and providing services such as safety and transportation to ensure that these events are successful. And I'll let individual departments who will be presenting after me speak to this point individually. But these services are provided as part of the budget in which departments have under the current fiscal year, which were approved and planned for and envisioned these events being conducted this year. And so, again, the idea being that we are including it as part of the existing budgets, which we are underway in this current fiscal year. Now, one of the things that's critical and one of the things that I think is most important about Super Bowl for the city is the impact it has for jobs, as well as ensuring that San Franciscans are getting connected to those jobs. Additionally, OEWD's goal and mission is to ensure that as many of these hundreds of thousands of visitors that are coming to San Francisco leave as much money in the cash registers of San Francisco small businesses and flood our commercial corridors with those visitors so that they can also experience the city but also support the jobs of our local businesses. And so OEWD has been engaged in these two areas, and starting first with our engagement around jobs. We, in working with the Super Bowl host committee, have reached out and connected with the employers who will be staffing and securing both Super Bowl City as well as the NFL experience. OEWD engages employers, and to date we've conducted 4 hiring events, hiring fairs. The next one will be held later this week in Visitation Valley. We've also been coordinating with our CBO partners, as well as other city agencies across the workforce spectrum, to ensure that they're aware of these events, that they're aware of these job openings as well, and can connect them with people that may be in their system as well. The outcomes to date, 270 OEWD referrals were interviewed for jobs as part of Super Bowl 50. And of that, 89 residents were offered jobs. Now, where those individuals have come from, the number 1 district is the Bayview, number 2 is the Tenderloin, and number 3 is the Excelsior. And those are people that were offered jobs. Additionally, as Mr. Bruce mentioned, local hire does apply here since it will be conducted on public property. And that requires that 30% of all local hire in individual trades are provided by local residents. And we've been working closely with the Super Bowl host committee to plug in our incredible graduates from CityBuild to ensure that the incredible talent that we have through that program is getting plugged into these job opportunities. Now, on small businesses in the neighborhoods, we're partnering with the Super Bowl host committee, and they've stepped up to be a partner in our Shop and Dine in the 49 campaign, which launched 2 weeks ago, which is focused on driving spending, particularly for the holidays, but year-round, spending in our local neighborhoods and our local small businesses. This would include the creation of marketing campaigns, as well as maps, as an example, maps and other brochures at Super Bowl City, so that when visitors are here, that we remind them and encourage them to go and check out San Francisco's neighborhoods outside of the direct area around Super Bowl City. Supervisor Weiner, as you mentioned during your opening remarks, we've engaged the Castro merchants, and we'll be meeting with them either later this week or early next week to talk about a targeted marketing campaign given the impacts of the F-line on that community. And we're looking forward to working with them closely to develop a targeted marketing campaign around that. Another program we're working with the host committee on is the Super Community Program, and that's a program designed to develop special events and other promotions in these neighborhoods that are Super Bowl related, that encourage residents and visitors to go out to these neighborhoods for those events and shop those local small businesses in addition to participating in a related event. And finally, and Mr. Bruce mentioned the Business Connect program, we, through our Office of Small Business, plugged in early on with the Business Connect program to ensure that our network of small businesses were plugged in to those opportunities. And we encouraged the host committee early on to, as we were looking at the targeted categories, to include LGBT businesses, and that was a category that hadn't been included, as we understood, in previous Super Bowls. And so we're thrilled to see that was a suggestion that they included in their diversity program, and we understand there was a good working relationship with the Golden Gate Business Association as well as others to help hit that mark. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take either questions or hand it off to Bijan from DEM.
I see the chair's not here, but I have a couple questions. Probably wouldn't take much to go through.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Just to open, thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate the effort that's been put in and looking at small businesses and measuring what the impact is for job creation in communities like the Excelsior and the TL and Bayview. Just curious, what are the trades, what skills, what trades are being most impacted by the project?
As opposed to the construction and the local hire for the event. I'm going to invite up our Director of Workforce Development who can speak to that, Michael Carr.
Just real brief. It's not,
okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Supervisor. Thanks. That's a great question. This is a great event. Right now, we have not done any construction to date. That's coming up. So all the local trades that are in those particular disciplines will be invited to participate in the construction part.
And so we have a sense of which trades. Are we talking about carpenters, stagehands?
It will be some of those carpenters, stagehands,
laborers,
engineers. So all of those trades will be involved.
Okay, and so we expect to meet our goal of 30% local.
Absolutely. There's two ways that we're making sure that we're going to do this. In city contracts, in the provisions that they let to individuals, there's a provision in there, and we've talked to the Super Bowl 50 committee, and they've assured us that they will make sure that we meet or exceed those goals.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, I'll hand off to Bijan.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Bijan Karimi, and I'm with your city's Department of Emergency Management. And thank you for the opportunity to update you and the public about Super Bowl City and the planning that we've done and the preparations for the big event that's going to begin in less than 2 months. First, we couldn't be more excited that we're part of what Super Bowl 50 is. It's one of the greatest sporting events and a spectacular showcase for San Francisco and the Bay Area, as Mr. Lurie described. Super Bowl City is going to give every San Francisco family the opportunity to experience the excitement of Super Bowl for free, and that's big. As we began the planning process, there are 3 principles that we used as a guide in the public safety area. One was to develop the plans and validate any operational gaps, test any assumptions that may exist through a series of exercises and also based on historical information, and then maintain during the event common operational picture through situational awareness. It really comes down to collaboration with our different city agencies, cooperation with our regional and state partners, and coordination with different federal agencies. The way that we look at the planning goal is that we have the different events that are going to be taking place in the city, which Mr. Bruce already described. We have threats and hazards, which may impact those, but then we have the plans and equipment that are necessary for the responders. When all those are brought together, we have the plans and resources are matched to the risk profile. And one of the things that was brought up by Supervisor Cohen was, what about the rest of the city? Well, that's something that we are keeping in the forefront of our mind. How do we make sure that all the activities taking place throughout the city related to Super Bowl are still addressed, while recognizing we have members of the city that still have their ongoing needs? We have a lot of experience to build from, and this is something else that was raised earlier. We do events all the time, free city events that the public can come and attend, whether it's the different Chinese New Year's parade, the Pride parade, Beta Breakers, Fleet Week, all the celebratory parades for the Giants, all of these things the public gets to come to. And we in the Department of Emergency Management and all of our planning partners, we've learned from these different events for how we're going to work with one another. And this is just a sample of the different agencies that we are partnering with. Because since the day that we won the right to host the Super Bowl, more than 2 years ago, we've been planning and preparing with all the different events in the region, state, and the federal partners. And it's been incredible to work with everybody. They're very enthusiastic, and everybody has the can-do attitude of how can we help and contribute to make sure that we have a coordinated response should something arise. So a little bit about our preparation timeline. We started with a big kind of our planning kickoff in May, and we've had a series of citywide meetings. We have a series of 3 different exercises that we are putting together so that as we approach the 9 days of activity, we're going to be well prepared. But actually, things did not just start in May. Before the city even submitted the bid, there was a public safety exercise, a tabletop, where we all got together, talked about initial issues. That way we could put together a well-rounded bid that would make sure the NFL knew why San Francisco was an outstanding place to host the Super Bowl. What I'd like to do is talk to you a little bit more about the 3 exercises that we're doing, in particular to address one of the issues that was raised, and that was how are we going to consider the different people in the city already. The purpose of the initial workshop was to discuss the plans and identify gaps during the first round. We came up with 5 notional personas of people in representing San Francisco and what their concerns might be. Susan, she owns a financial consulting firm in the financial district, and she wants to know how her clients are going to get to and from
her business. Jeff is a vendor, and he wants to know how our delivery is going to happen kind of in the secure perimeter. Pat, he's someone who not so interested in Super Bowl, but he's got to get his parents on public transportation to and from medical appointments they have. We also have the Mendez family who are coming in, first time to San Francisco, really excited to be here. But their daughter broke her leg, so how is she going to get around the city using public transportation, other resources, but still enjoy what we have? And Olivia, she's someone who just likes the nightlife in San Francisco, and she just wants to know how she can enjoy this free event. And so we took to these different personas as a way to look at the initial planning assumptions we had and develop our response plans. We then moved to a regular day exercise, which we held in August. We had different breakout groups based on our disciplines, and we used a series of 30 different incidents based on historical data from Super Bowl 49 in Phoenix, 48 in New York, New Jersey, and 45 in Houston. We also took information from what has happened here in San Francisco on a regular day to see how, if we took the plans that we are developing for Super Bowl, how would we be able to respond to that? But again, continue to deliver the services to the rest of the city. Now, coming up in 2 weeks, we have a more difficult exercise, and that's our Bad Day tabletop, where we're going to be focusing specifically on the venues, Super Bowl City in particular, and we're going to look at difficult things that may happen in the city. As was mentioned earlier, with the things that have gone on in San Bernardino and in Paris, we have a scenario that the different groups are going to be working through. We also saw what happened in Union Square on Powell Street, where we had a bus go out of control, and that was a mass casualty incident. How would we handle something like that were it to take place in any one of the venues? And each scenario is going to continue to increase in complexity. And the whole idea behind running all of these exercises and pulling the information in is that we develop cohesive plans at the field level, citywide, that are coordinated, but also at the regional level. Because San Francisco may also be giving or receiving resources as needed from our surrounding jurisdictions. So as we look ahead, all the different departments that are involved in this process, we're committed and ready to deliver a great Super Bowl experience in this free public event. And it'll let every San Francisco resident come and see why San Francisco is so great, and also to showcase that to others. Our road to readiness includes making sure that we have the right people with the right training plans that we have developed, but that are also communicated with others, and that we have the tools and equipment that can support people and the processes that are taking place. And one other thing is, all the things that we learn from this planning process don't just start at the Super Bowl. The relationships that we develop, the plans that we use, they're all going to benefit us as we look beyond this event. Whether it's a large El Nino storm or whether it's an earthquake, the relationships and the connections that we develop are going to put us in a much better place to respond to a large event should it happen to San Francisco. And you'll hear a little bit more planning detail from our transportation, public safety, and port operations following any questions you have for me.
Thank you very much. Are there any other presentations? Mr. Albert.
Not to delay the room, I'm going to have my colleague help me with the PowerPoint presentation, and I'll just kick right into it. So first of all, thank you, supervisors, for having us come in. And it's thank you, Dylan. The transportation part of this whole project has been really driven around three themes. The themes that really help us establish whether we're doing a good job are the benchmarks of safety. That really has to be first and foremost what we accommodate. So many difficult trade-offs in transportation have to be secondary to safety, especially as Bijan has said, in the climate we're in and the anticipation of events we can't even predict. But aside from that, there are two other themes that have really helped organize the transportation plan to where it is today. One of those is we have the responsibility at MTA and in partnership with so many other transportation providers, BART, Caltrain, WETA, Golden Gate, Caltrans, they're all working with us on making sure that people from the Bay Area and San Francisco can get to and from work, can get back and forth to their homes, can make sure that they run the errands and the even non-Super Bowl event responsibilities that they try to manage. On top of that, if we're as successful as we're gearing up to be on marketing and outreach, there really should be extraordinary awareness, communication, and anticipation of this, meaning this is an event that people should all enjoy. It's an event you should come by on transit, walk. We're building all the different multimodal transportation options. We want to minimize the amount of car traffic for the obvious reason. So here's the lowdown on where we are right now, and I can tell you that the planning for transportation is still evolving. You'll see a slide later on telling me where the next major steps are, but here's what I can tell you right now. All the mini lines that are serving this downtown area of Super Bowl City and NFL Experience will be operating except for the E line. That's the historic streetcar that runs from the Caltrain Depot to the wharf. That won't be running during this period because of what happens with the F line. As Supervisor Wiener pointed out, the F line goes through a change where it's a motor coach from the Castro to the vicinity of the Embarcadero Mission, where it connects with the streetcar that runs from the ferry building into Fisherman's Wharf. The other bus lines that are affected are very close to the terminal or nominally affected at all by some of the reroutes. We found some buses that the terminals and stops are the same. They may go one block here or there. There's a map that I'll show you shortly that outlines that. Those that have to have a terminal reroute because of the street closures, we kept the terminals as close as possible. Here's what we know. People need to go to, it's not just that they're trying to go to downtown, they're trying to make their connections. They're trying to go to Transbay Terminal, they're trying to go to BART, they're trying to go to the ferry building. That's been a major organizing element, and that's a big part of our conversation with the regional partners. I'm actually kicking off the third session with them tomorrow morning. So in addition to regional and local transit being tightly coordinated, we had to think really carefully about what happens with auto traffic, what happens with deliveries, what happens with pedestrians, bicycles, the accessibility needs of people with disabilities. That serves as the frame of all the different modes of transportation to reconcile here. But this map is a foundation that I think would really help people understand where we are at this moment and how much more planning you'll see in the next few weeks. What you see here in the pink areas or the hatched areas are the street closure areas of Super Bowl City, which is between Beale and the Embarcadero and parts of Justin Herman Plaza, and then down by Moscone Center, the NFL Experience. To make this work, to make this a transit-first event that people can actually come to really think the Bay Area's got it together with transit, use their Clipper card, have all the sort of pre-advanced notification before they even land at SFO, is to make sure this marketing and this network of information is out there. That's got to be one point that I will continue to oversee as I do this transportation plan. I've got fantastic backup from both the host committee, my colleagues at MTA, and all the regional marketing people in transportation. But the red lines that are serving this Super Bowl City and NFL Experience are the transit-only lanes that also double as emergency vehicle access. To make sure it's transit first and to divert the transit one block here or there, we needed to close those lanes for only transit vehicles so that they could maintain or even excel on their scheduling in terms of capacity and frequency. So there's a number of lines you see here. The details are hard to read because of the scale of the map, but about 11 of the lines that we talked about have a transit terminal that is either slightly altered by one block here or there, or is in the same place but the route itself changes. The transit-only streets include some of the downtown streets of Beale, Main, Spear, because that's where the layover functions need to happen. That's how you get close to the terminals. That's how you make that connection from Muni to BART to the ferry building. The trick here has not just been about transit accommodation. We have staging areas for emergency vehicles, fire engines, police. We have staging areas for the back office operations. We're building right now paratransit locations and cab locations. So to make that all work, we had to hold the cars back. For transit to work efficiently, the cars had to be kept a few blocks away from all of that so that the detours that allow north-south traffic to get around this area and still connect to the arterial, south of Market, or north of Market, or to the freeways, those are indicated in the gray lines. So you can see the traffic on the Embarcadero northbound is intact. The southbound Embarcadero goes over to Washington and down through the financial district to get back to the Embarcadero. Some of the streets where traffic would go on Market and Mission now pick up extra traffic on Howard. And that is how we manage the traffic network to not interfere with the transit network. Again, the overriding goal here, and we do this well when we do this with great marketing. Think of the BART tunnel work. Think of even way back to Central Freeway closure where we had Great response with great marketing. Tell people to come, tell people not to drive, we'll manage congestion, minimize traffic, and we'll get that access that people need. So those are the base transit maps. They're a lot more complicated than the 2 flicks of a PowerPoint that I was able to show you, but I want to follow up on where we're still going. We are nailing down the final details of the regional transit operators. It's not just Muni on these streets. It's Samtrans, it's Golden Gate, it's AC Transit. There are bus lines like Soltrans that help connect Vallejo that depend on the Embarcadero. Capital Corridor is another one of them. We found a way for every one of those lines to get to their terminals and still meet their needs and make those connections. Parking removal has been an essential part of this because we needed that extra capacity. So some of those streets where there are red lines are the streets where we'll be taking away on-street parking. But that's actually a benefit for security for the obvious reasons as well. We're working now on bicycle circulation to make sure that people who use bikes, and we want more people to use bikes, can make those connections from point A to point B. We're going to move some of the bike share stations, but they'll still be in the vicinity because they'll be outside this sort of closed-off area for Super Bowl City, but right up against the boundaries there. While at valet parking, we're working closely with the Bike Coalition to nail those details down. Pedestrian circulation isn't just how you walk from one point to the other, it's how you go from BART to Muni, how you make those transit connections. We found ways to build shortcuts. So while we have this Super Bowl City event going on, people who just want to get from one system to the other don't have to get caught up in that. We've even opened a passageway in the peak period in the morning to facilitate the shortest possible path from BART and Muni to the ferry building and to these other hubs. Taxi and paratransit access, I said, they're intertwined because they serve a lot of the same communities. They are already reserving curb cuts for where that happens and making sure that if you get off a paratransit vehicle, you're close to the center of activity. You don't have to fight your way through a crowd. That kind of planning makes a big difference for people where access and mobility is a challenge. We're working with the TNCs. That's Uber, that's Lyft, that's Sidecar. But they're treated like private automobiles because they are, and they're separate from cabs. However, we know that people will use them. People from all over the world now expect to have that facility, so we're not going to be caught off guard, and we're building in a platform for them to make sure they're part of the solution and not part of the problem. And then finally, I really want to reinforce this. While the main events that are going on are going to be from 11 o'clock to late in the evening for Super Bowl City, and between about 11 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon to the evening for the NFL experience, the commercial and loading and delivery and maintenance vehicles still sometimes need access to the front door. We're working to make sure that's always accessible. Those vehicles have to be swept. They have to be made sure that if they're going into the perimeter, that they're going to be safe. That's why we work so closely with Homeland Security and the police. But if you need maintenance, if you need a delivery, if you need an emergency sort of provision right in front of your door, we accommodate that. That's why some of those streets that aren't colored gray become so handy. Those are the streets that give us that extra flexibility. I couldn't emphasize how important public information is going to be to make this all work. We've got some great experiences doing this. We're taking advantage of this hearing. We're in the news. You'll see us more and more. There is a playbook we're developing that has 3 layers of information that helps people know right now, in the beginning of December, what to expect before they start going on their vacations. But we're using this month to nail down all those details I outlined about line-by-line changes that happen with the regional and the local, the paratransit access. Those kinds of details are figured out by this month. In January, we'll have real-time applications. We'll have the marketing programs. The website links are already up to make sure that people who need to know how to get around have that information at their fingertips. We become the facilitation for a need to move around and how it's done. And just that circle spinning around this reminds us that it's not just visitors or it's not just businesses, it's residents, it's community organizations, it's the commuters themselves that might actually just trying to get through this area. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions on transportation.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter. Supervisor Avalos.
I think Supervisor Kim's before me.
Oh, you're right. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. Mr. Adler, thanks you so much for the presentation on how Muni is intending to accommodate the party for Super Bowl 50 over the week. And, I just want to reiterate, because I didn't make opening comments, that I'm really excited that San Francisco will be hosting Super Bowl 50. And, I certainly hope that we will be able to do this again. I think one of the key questions that I get asked the most by our constituents, and I know this came up at the SFMTA Board of Directors meeting, I believe last week or 2 weeks ago, was what is the actual cost for these increased services and who is going to be paying for the cost? I think that our residents overwhelmingly support the party happening, but we want to acknowledge this is a corporate party, and while we want the party to be hosted here in San Francisco, I don't think any of our residents want to be footed with the bill for the party. And they want to also make sure that the party will, of course, be respectful to our existing residents and workers and families that call San Francisco their home. And so I want to ask it in terms of SFMTA's assessment for the cost and how we intend to pay for the additional costs.
Thank you. Through the chair, the assessment of the cost is pretty close to being finished. The one outstanding bit of information is transit service planning. We have the operator costs for the transportation of the transit vehicles, the PCOs, the people who manage the transportation network, figured out what is the factor that helps us nail down it in finality is the full understanding of the program. So if you looked at the calendar of what's going on, we already know there's one concert that's going to be at AT&T Park. We expect that there might be more. So we've bookended with I think, a range of $2 million to make sure that if there are other big events that come out of the programming, and that's why this partnership with those committees is so important, that we have a good estimate of exactly what it takes. The reason that's important is a nighttime event will put more pressure on our bus operators to get out there.
So what is the estimate?
So that's what I don't have yet, because that's the element that's coming together now.
Okay, so as we work to build what that number is, how do we intend to work with the Super Bowl host committee on in terms of covering the cost?
Here's what I do know. The MTA does this kind of thing all the time. This is what we do. We handle small events, we handle big events. We budgeted that we were going to have this event when it came along with the bid. I'm working off that budget. I have index
So you're
codes.
saying that all the additional costs are going to be 100% paid for by taxpayer dollars?
It's in our SFMTA budget.
I just don't think that is what our residents want to see. We have so many services that we do need, whether it is funding housing for our homeless families, for our schools, for our parks. We have a constrained budget, even as well as San Francisco is doing today. And I think in particular for a corporate party that's really being thrown by some of our wealthiest corporations, in the world, we really expect them to put in their fair share of us hosting this party. And so I'm just curious as to what the direction that SFMTA has in order to conduct these negotiations and discussions. That's not the answer I was expecting. I really thought that the host committee was going to be putting in for some of these additional costs. Has there been any direction for SFMTA to negotiate some of the mitigation of these costs? Has there been any discussion or conversation about how the host committee is going to contribute?
What we have done, what I've been doing diligently, is making sure that everything you saw in terms of the complexity of this multimodal network has a cost estimate. We have an index code. I have the ability, when this plan is complete and the program is complete.
So no one has directed SFMTA to begin these types of negotiations. I know that's not on you. I just wanted a direct answer. Thank you, Mr. Alpert.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I really appreciate the amount of work that has gone into looking at transportation and staging and all of that. I know it's very, very complex. I know it's, brought a lot of staff together to do this. And I think if we're putting on the event, I was going to say the America's Cup, but no, it's the Super Bowl. I'm kind of off by a couple of years. But I remember I learned a lot from the America's Cup about how we do this as a city and what we don't do. I am kind of concerned about the cost of the general fund. And the other thing I'm really concerned about is what is the impact to other parts of San Francisco. I'm going to have a gotcha moment with you right now. Can you tell me when we expect to get the poles at Balboa Park Station that we're supposed to get done in October to take it out so we don't have the dangerous pinch points that we have for the residents in District 11 and 10 who go from San Jose to Underground and BART that are incredibly dangerous, that are there on a daily basis, hundreds of times a day. People's lives are in danger. When we're going to get that fixed?
No, I can't.
So that's the thing, is that we put so much emphasis and staff time to doing the staging for these incredibly complex events, and we do this over and over and over again. Meanwhile, things in the more outlying neighborhoods don't get done. We don't have the transit-first approach in these other neighborhoods, as we're putting all this resources for making sure that we can have the best transportation system we can have for 9 days in February. This is my ultimate frustration. I don't believe we've had the Super Bowl coming before me as anything to vote on. We have a hearing, it's informational. But this is the issue that I see over and over and over again that we do in San Francisco, is that we are able to stage these major corporate events that cost a lot of money, that impact our general fund, that inconvenience people in lots of ways with how our transportation system gets diverted for people who are mostly tourists to come and enjoy these facilities, and our neighborhoods don't get the attention they need, and our taxpayers who put lots of their energy and dollars and pocketbooks forward for making improvements in their own neighborhoods don't see that benefit.
So, through the chair, if I may, the supervisor made it really clear he'd like information on the cost of the polls. Because it's in the record, it's certainly information I can get back to him on. But I just want to make it clear, by me saying I'm not able to produce that estimate does not mean that that estimate isn't being developed at any time.
I understand. I don't expect you to know that. I'm just making a point. Right. Is that over and over again we go for the light, like moths attracted to the light, to do these big events that will bring in lots of tourist dollars to San Francisco that we're told is going to have a benefit for our general fund, but then our general fund gets recycled back to pay for the project itself, and our neighborhoods that we expect to get some kind of benefit don't get that benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members on this body that would like to speak? All right. I would also just like to add that certainly the presentations that we've heard so far, it's been a very rosy picture of what's to come. And you, by your own admission, talk about your experience with hosting large events in terms of transportation. I am disappointed that you don't have a budget or that you don't have a number, particularly when you by your own admission, say that it's out there and it's public information. This is a hearing. You've been working for the city for a long time. Many of you department heads have as well. You know exactly the type of information that we're looking for. So I feel like this is a missed opportunity to begin to narrow down in exactly what the costs are going to be.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear. I don't want to report the wrong number. Julie Kirschbaum from Service Planning is so close to getting the service plan that if you asked me this question by Friday, I would have an answer.
Sure.
This is something I'd be more than happy to provide for the group.
Maybe you or Mr. Rose back there can send her a text message and have her get it to us before this hearing is out. Thank you. Next speaker. Next presentation. Falvey, how are you? It's good to see you, Captain.
Good to see you too, Supervisor. Thank you for inviting me here today. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Tim Falvey. I'm a captain in the San Francisco Police Department Operations Bureau. I thank you for the opportunity to talk about our planning for this large, free public event we will be hosting in about 54 days. We are very excited for the opportunity to provide for the public safety when the whole world is watching to see how beautiful the city is and all it has to offer. And we are working very hard in planning to provide for a safe, free public event. Over the years in the same area as this event, we've hosted many other large open venue items. Yearly we have a New Year's Eve celebration there, a 4th of July celebration. The area of the Super Bowl city is near the beginning of the Pride Parade, and we also do Fleet Week down there. In developing our plans, we've been relying upon the knowledge we've gained and the experiences we had working those events to come up with a safe plan. As we began staffing up for this event, the chief was very clear that he did not want the staffing for the venues throughout the city to have any significant impact on staffing levels at the district stations. We want to make sure that the people in the other parts of the city who aren't coming down to this can still get the same levels of police services that they're accustomed to. Our plans for this event will provide a combination of foot patrols, motorized units, bicycle patrols, fixed posts, both inside and outside of the venue. The downtown station, Central Station, will be the host of where Super Bowl City is located down there at Justin Herman Plaza along the Embarcadero. This is the same venue and approximate footprint that you do see for New Year's Eve for the 4th of July for Fleet Week, and every other year for the World Series Parade. As I mentioned before, Mr. Karimi from DEM spoke about the planning process and working with the different city agencies. We've been very engaged in that process, participating in the different tabletop exercises he's described. These were designed to test for commonly occurring and coming up in 2 weeks extraordinary situations to test our capability to respond. And one of the important parts of the planning here is the communication. So we are working out our communication issues, making sure that we are contacting all the appropriate agencies. Now, while Super Bowl City is a free event and open to the public, it is also going to be a secure event. There is going to be a perimeter. There are going to be clearly marked entrances and exits, and there will be bag checks and screening at those locations. The San Francisco Police Department will be in the area to provide support and public safety services for those checkpoints as well. We are aware of recent events causing a heightened sense of concern about security. We too are concerned in making sure that people who come to visit our city, to come to have a good time, do it safely. And so our staffing plans that we've been developing, we're sitting down and reassessing them now based on the recent events of the last month. We are working with city, regional, state, and federal partners to create a safe environment for the public to come and enjoy. And with that, if there are any questions.
Yeah, quick question. So one thing I didn't hear from your presentation is what's the security cost going to be and the sources of funds. I know that we've got some federal money coming in.
I believe there's been some grants applied for. So I don't have the exact dollar amount now. We've known about this event for 2.5 years, and we host many free to the public events, New Year's, 4th of July, Fleet Week down here.
How much does Fleet Week cost us?
I don't know how much Fleet Week costs us per se.
When you did your due diligence and looked at other cities that hosted the Super Bowl, what were the costs associated for them?
I don't have Phoenix's total cost estimate.
What do you have?
Well, what I have is the experience of planning these events at the same venue for groups like New Year's, Fleet Week,
So when
4th of
planning
July.
these events, you put it together a budget. Anytime you plan any kind of event, there's a budget.
Correct. Our budget, this is different in that it's just longer term. And as far as as budget, we are applying. We've worked on grants and things like that to get assisted funding, and for other third-party events that come into town, people holding concerts or renting out venues, if they're requesting or requiring police services at that, we are referring them to the 10B office to have them pay for that police service.
All right, thank you, Captain. Just so the public knows, every presenter was asked to prepare a budget and to be prepared to share with us the cost of their portion. So this should not be surprising. Supervisor Avalos, is there anything you want to add?
Thank you. So just going to the meetings that have happened in my district, listening to the captain's talk to the public about staffing issues, it's always discussed that they've had to pull staff for citywide events that happen. The issues that they talked about have been the Giants and the Warriors, and then the demonstrations that had happened last year, especially last December. I know it took a lot of staff time from the police department, and a lot of personnel were working a lot of overtime hours away from their families to do this work. And that's a concern that, there's certainly a lot of fatigue that could happen with officers, but the bigger issue is like officers being pulled from the neighborhoods. And from what you say, that's not going to happen again this year. So can we get an expectation or a guarantee that our captains aren't going to be talking about having to take, months after the event that they had to pull staff to work on the Super Bowl event?
Yeah, well, I'd point out is, first of all, one of the things we did was when we knew the event was coming, we set up that officers could not take discretionary time off during this event. We've also worked with the Academy not to schedule any training during this event so that all of the officers assigned to the station are available to pull for from staffing. Additionally, when staffing some of these venues, we will go to non-patrol functions, the Administration Bureau, Chief of Staff Office, and we will utilize on-duty personnel from those non-patrol functions first. And I'd like to also add that thanks to the continued support of the board, We were able to graduate an academy class of recruits last month, and we will be graduating another class in January before these events start, and they will be available to assist with the staffing levels at the district stations.
That's great. I think we were all in support of doing the 5 academy classes this past year. And then the other question is paying for it, and in terms of what we understand and what the cost is going to be, that seems to be not totally clear just yet. And so is there a chance that general fund dollars will be used to pay for staffing for the Super Bowl?
Much like all the other large events we do, we included the Super Bowl when making our budget requests earlier. We will be working on trying to use on-duty where appropriate without affecting the staffing levels at the district stations, and then we'll go from there to see what other staffing levels we need. We're working with the host committee to find out what the anticipated attendance is each day so that we can have an appropriate level of staffing and security for each day based on the estimated crowd size.
And then will the staffing, if we're not trying to take staff, existing staff from the stations, but we want to use existing staffing levels, do we expect people, is it the staff, the personnel working the Super Bowl will be getting overtime, so it'll be time and a half for that effort?
Well, we're going to try to staff it with on-duty personnel first, and if we need to extend their shift, we would have to pay them overtime if the events went on longer, if the crowd was bigger and didn't disperse as quickly as we might think it would. So in those cases, we will be incurring overtime. But we don't want to affect the station level. We're going to, like I said, people won't be allowed to take time off, training's been canceled, and that way we have a larger pool of on-duty personnel without dipping below the average daily staffing at the stations.
And then the staffing for the event, will that be from multiple precincts or predominantly which ones?
Well, it'll depend on the event, but for Super Bowl City specifically, we're going to look at trying to start with the central station personnel who are available. We do want to bring in on-duties. It will bring in people from around the city, but like I said, with those heightened levels of attendance by not allowing time off, we will still operate the day-to-day operations of the stations at their current levels.
Great, thank you. So I think not just for policing, but also for transportation and all our other city departments' work, it'd be really great that we're going to get a summary after the whole event. Maybe we have the budget analyst to provide some kind of collection of data and presentation to the board afterward. I think it'd be really important to see how we have learned, not just from the America's Cup, but from this event, how to really stage these major citywide tourist attractions that can actually be minimizing the impact on our neighborhoods as well, and we can put these events on successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your presentation. Our final presentation is from the Port. Daley Dunham. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, and I think, first of all, I think it's completely reasonable to obtain the budgets from MTA, Police Department, et cetera. I think that's a reasonable request, and I know that information will be forthcoming so we can understand. I also, I do want to just get clarification on something. Supervisor Kim kept referring to this event as a quote-unquote corporate party. My understanding is that this street event is 100% open to the public. And can I just get clarification on that? Because that's a little different than a quote-unquote corporate party.
Supervisor Weiner, that is correct. Super Bowl City is a 100% free to the public celebration.
Okay, so this is a street celebration that the host committee, a nonprofit, is putting on.
Correct.
That is 100% open to the public. And that is, when I think of a corporate party, you can think of Oracle World, or no offense to Oracle, but it's a private event for a business, or some of the other corporate events we see at the city, which are corporate conferences or parties or a combination of that. And I just think it's important to be accurate. We can talk about the budgets. These are all fair questions to talk about the costs and impacts on Muni, and I'm very interested in that. as well. But I just wanted to get that clarification, because when I heard those comments about it being a corporate party, I started to doubt my own recollection that this was a completely publicly accessible event, that any member of the public, that any resident of any San Francisco neighborhood can attend, and that is not a corporate party.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's continue with the final presentation.
I just have a follow-up question to that. So I just want to ask again, so is every single event at the Super Bowl 50 party open and free to the public, every single event?
Not every single event, Supervisor Kim.
So there are events that are closed and are not
There will
free.
be private events in addition to
So
Super
there
Bowl City,
will
which
be
is
events
free to the public.
that have a cost that are not available to every single member of the public.
That's correct.
Supervisor Weiner?
So can I get some further clarification? The costs that we're talking about are about the closure of Market Street, as I understand it. And I don't know if the departments want to correct me on that. It's about the Market Street closure with the Muni reroutes and all of that.
For Super Bowl City, yes.
That is open to the public.
That's for Super Bowl City, correct.
Right.
Yes,
And in terms
free
of
to the public.
private events, I mean, I imagine there are probably a million events that are happening here and in Santa Clara that are in offices or hotels or event spaces. Can you clarify what the private events you're talking about? What are they?
Sure. So private events would be, for instance, NFL sponsors, Anheuser-Busch, Visa, Verizon, that would be booking private venues to secure parties. They're paying for those venues. It's privately financed and sourced by them.
Now, those private events, are they causing any Muni reroutes, or are we?
No, they're in established venues that are throughout the city and throughout the region.
Okay, I mean, anyone can have a private party. I think it's really important to be clear, and if I'm wrong, someone should tell me that I'm wrong, that the event, the public, the street closure event that is leading to Muni reroutes and to the policing needs that we were talking about, that is 100% open to the public?
Correct. Super Bowl City in that space is 100% open to the public.
Okay.
No ticket or invitation required.
Okay, so I think referring to that as a corporate party is pretty inaccurate. With all that said, I do think it's important to know what the budget is.
Thank you for that,
Thank you.
Supervisor Weiner. Mr. Bruce, sorry. Mr. Bruce, come on back. So I just want for clarification, Super Bowl City is, there will be zero taxpayer dollars in funding Super Bowl City.
Super Bowl City is funded by the host committee. So the host committee is in charge of a number of things in regards to our funding initiatives. But as part of our obligation to the NFL, we are to produce a free-to-the-public fan village, which is exactly what we're doing with some of our funding to produce all of the structures, the activities, everything that we're doing around Super Bowl City.
Let me stop you there. I understand that. I think specifically what I'm just trying to drill down is you guys are raising money, right? Is it to leverage with city dollars, or are you totally raising money to foot the bill?
We're raising money for the purposes of creating and presenting Super Bowl City for the public to be able to enjoy it.
Okay. What are the other components of Super Bowl City?
Well, the other components of Super Bowl City are all of our sponsors who are activating there. Again, they are covering the costs of their structures and what they're presenting. Any of the activations that are there are the stage and other things that are being presented, where talent will be. All of that is covered under the host committee's presentation of Super Bowl City for the public.
Okay. Hang tight. We may have more questions for you at the end. Let's get through these presentations.
I have some follow-up questions to that, actually.
Supervisor Kim, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Some follow-up question to Supervisor Weiner's questions. For the private parties that do require tickets and are closed to the public, are these small parties that won't have an impact on our infrastructure or transportation system? How large are these private parties?
The parties typically at Super Bowl can go anywhere from 50 people at a particular restaurant or a venue to north of 1,000 people at larger venues.
So for your private event at Moscone, I believe North and South, how many people are you looking or you estimating in attendance for this event?
For the, I'm sorry, which event?
The private event that you're hosting in Moscone. It's not open to the members of the public, but require a ticket. How many are you estimating will be attending?
NFL Experience typically every year at Super Bowl generates between 150 and 200,000 attendees.
For this private event?
It is a public event that's open for anyone who would want to purchase a ticket to the NFL Experience to access.
Got it. So for the ticketed events, you're looking at 150 to 200,000 attendees. So do you expect these attendees to have an impact on San Francisco's infrastructure and public transit system and our roads?
Well, certainly for the week of Super Bowl 50, where the NFL experience will be happening. Again, as my colleagues have mentioned, it's unlike any other event that, it's like other events that occupy Moscone for a period of time.
Right.
In this case, what the NFL has done is set up an agreement with Moscone Center to rent the facility, working with the host committee to do so to present
So
NFL
I think
experience.
it's fair to say that the private events will also have an impact on San Francisco's infrastructure and will require public taxpayer dollars to subsidize making sure that people get to the events, that we're able to clean the roads after the parties, et cetera.
I think it's a combination of looking at what's private and what's public, but anywhere that the host committee is working with the NFL to deliver a venue, obviously Super Bowl City being free to the public, NFL experience being a modest cost
Right.
for people who want to attend, it's a combination.
Absolutely. And my final question, in terms of even the public events, which I'm glad that there's going to be a number of events that are open to every member of the public so we can all enjoy and participate in Super Bowl 50, and I think many of our residents are excited to attend. That being said, these events are still, free or not, are marketing events for the NFL and the Super Bowl, are they not?
They are a celebration of the Super Bowl coming to the region, yes.
Right. So I just think it's important to note that even if they are free and available to all members of the party, they're still a corporate party in the sense that we are marketing for another institution, organization, the NFL and the Super Bowl.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. We're going to move on
Thank
now.
you.
The presentation from the port. Thank you. Quickly, before they go at it again.
Thank you, Supervisors. Daley Dunham, the Port's Special Projects Manager. I'm very happy to present to you here today with my colleagues from around the city and our partners at the host committee. I'll be direct for the Port. We're a small enterprise department, and we're making money on this, so we're as happy as can be.
We're happy to hear that, too. How much are you making?
Well, it's really hard to say. A lot of our budget comes from percentage rent. Our
Always hard to
tenants do
say.
better than we thought, but I can tell you directly in direct payments where they're paying rent, paying full freight. We have at least $100,000 coming into the Port's budget.
At least?
At least.
You mean 100,000, 100 million?
No, 100,000.
That's it? As much as we're about to pay for this party? Only 100,000?
Well, it's just for renting a shed.
You're a major asset. You're a big player in this. We're going to have to
Let me put
renegotiate
it this
those
way. They're
terms.
paying for everything that they're using.
I think you can say it's X minus 100,000. But X could be very big.
Okay, we're just trying to bring some levity to the conversation.
yeah,
Okay, please continue.
So the Port's mission is to manage the waterfront as a gateway to our world-class city, to activate waterfront spaces, to bring economic and entertainment to the waterfront for the people of the city and the region and the state. And we're thrilled about this event because it does exactly this. It's right in our wheelhouse, and like I said, we're making money on it. They're paying full freight everywhere, so great for us. So to start off, we do a lot of these. We do 75 special events along the waterfront every year. Our partners in the Southern Waterfront at AT&T Park do twice that. We do this often. We're used to this kind of stuff. As an overview, the events that are along the waterfront, starting in red in the north, are the events, the venues being used directly by the host committee. We have the Pier 27 Cruise Terminal, Pier 23, the Exploratorium, the Ferry Building, Harry Bridges Plaza, and Seawall Lot 247. In the south, the yellow colors there are for separate tenant-sponsored events at Pier 70 and at Pier 48, AT&T Lot A. In blue, Pier 3032 is going to be used for staging some city assets. And then in the north, Pier 39 is on hold for as a potential extra venue. So these are supposed to be 49ers and Warriors colors there, not the flag of Romania. Neighborhood impacts, starting in the north. It's really about transit time and separation from our primary maintenance facility in the Southern Waterfront, Pier 50. To plan for that, as we get closer to the event, our maintenance crews will know when and where we need to stage resources, so we'll advance stage all of that stuff. We do this for Fleet Week, too, in particular mobile generators. We wouldn't want a sewer pump going down right by Telegraph Hill and not be able to power it, so we'll be prepared for that. In the Southern Waterfront, we've had the events there. There was an event recently at Pier 70 not too long ago that generated some complaints for the neighbors from the neighboring community, and we've worked closely with our tenants and made some real advancements in that area. Just one good example of that, they've added teeth to the contracts there, the boilerplate, financial penalties to the performers if they, start to get too many complaints. So we're happy about that. We continue to make progress there. Our communication plan, we have a great relationship with our neighboring communities, and every great relationship requires great communication. We're taking this show on the road to all of our waterfront advisory groups. On that schedule you see there, the Port Commission tomorrow night is another public hearing for members of the community to come in and make their thoughts known. Additionally, referring back to the previous slide, our Southern Waterfront partners, who we're really lucky to have as event coordinators, are both going to be presenting in full how they're engaging, how they're preparing for the Super Bowl 50 events at the Central Waterfront Advisory Group. Also a public meeting. Everyone is welcome to attend. Give us your feedback. Economic impacts.
Yes.
Direct revenue impacts. We're collecting rent. We're collecting fees that we would not have otherwise been collecting but for this event. So very happy about that. Clearly going to be a net positive event for us in terms of direct revenues. Indirect revenues, what we get from our tenants, percentage rent. As I said before, that's 25 to 30% of the port's overall revenue we get from our tenants overperforming their baseline. So we're looking forward to that. We expect some of this, some of that out of this event. Percentage rent, and then with costs, it's not listed here, but I do have an estimate for the port's anticipated costs beyond our normal operating envelope, and that estimate is zero. There is a chance that when we restage our maintenance crews, if some event comes up and they have to move stuff across the waterfront, they have to do it off hours. There might be a couple of hours of comp time there, but that's really it. That's all we're talking about. So really, this event is all upside for us. Couldn't be happier about it. And then speaking of upside, I'll just leave this slide up there. Estimates may vary. 160 million views, 8 days of this shot of the city and the waterfront and the port. It's been said before by previous presenters, but it staggers the imagination to think what it would cost if we were to buy that time for tourism purposes to get those images into that many homes. So couldn't be more thrilled about it, and I'm happy to take any detailed questions about the impacts to the port for these events. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Dunham?
Just like to know when excess is enough.
When excess is enough.
Is that a hypothetical question?
Supervisor?
A rhetorical question, excuse me? It's a rhetorical question.
Sorry, I missed that.
It's okay. All right. But I think what he's trying to drill down is that what are the opportunity costs? You may be making revenues of $100,000, but at what cost does it that we as a city are we all shouldering? I think that's really what he's trying to drill down to. So let's see. Anyone else? No? Okay. Let me check in. Colleagues, are there any other comments, or can we go to public comment? We can go to... Well, hold on, sir. I haven't gavelled down yet. I love the enthusiasm. Wait, give me a second. Public comment is open.
Thank you for the gavel.
You're welcome.
My name is Herbert Weiner. I'm a football fan. Sometimes I have visions of a football coach as mayor of San Francisco.
Really?
Now, one question I have as a native and as someone who takes public transportation is how is public transportation going to be affected by the Super Bowl? Are there going to be switchbacks on the LRV lines? Will neighborhood transportation be disrupted? Will people be able to get home on time from work? Secondly, with the commute to the Super Bowl from San Francisco, is there going to be a terrific traffic logjam on the freeways? Are people really going to have a tough time? Now, this really has to be coordinated with other counties. We're not the only county involved in it. There's San Mateo County, there's Santa Clara County. But this really has to be addressed because otherwise there's going to be chaos. And these are my concerns as a citizen and someone who takes public transportation more than 5 times a week.
Perfect. Mr. Weiner, were you here for the presentation for MTA?
What?
Were you here for the presentation that was made by MTA?
I was, but it was so thick that I actually lost track of
You
it.
tuned out. Not a problem. If Peter Albert is still here, there he is. Peter Albert will answer your questions. I think he has.
Okay.
Thank you. Peter, if you could take him to the side.
Yes, through the chair, to be clear, the question was how would other public transportation in the city be affected? When I outlined that the transit services that are serving this part of town today will all be intact, that meant that the same frequencies, the same buses, the same light rail vehicles are going to be operating. What we're doing differently, and what we're doing as we do with large events, is we'll be running some extra long trains for the midday, but that is covered by our vacation plans, the way we're coordinating with operator assignment, the way we're coordinating with PCO assignment. I can talk a bit about the numbers of PCOs and such.
Well, actually, what I really wanted you to do was to talk to Mr. Weiner directly offline so we can continue with public comment. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Thank you. I'm sorry, we have a lot of people that we need to get going. Mr. Albert, if you just talk to Mr. Weiner offline, I can continue with public comment. Thank you, sir. Why don't you come on up?
Thank you, Supervisors, Madam Chair. My name is Rick Globsher. I'm president of Market Street Railway, the 1,000-member nonprofit that supports SFMTA and its operation of the historic streetcars of the F-Line and the cable cars. We strongly support the benefits Super Bowl 50 brings to the Bay Area, and we join in thanking the host committee for all its hard work. What we're concerned about here, and I think you will hear from the Castro merchants as well, is the process that allowed decisions to be made without public input that closes a key stretch of our main transit street for 3 weeks, depriving the merchants along Market, especially in the Castro, of the attractive historic streetcar service that they consider their lifeline for their customers. Market Street has been a transit hub for 150 years. We have never had a closure that lasted longer than 1 day of any part of downtown Market. Parades, absolutely, they're great. We all love them, and they're done in a few hours, not 3 weeks. And it will be 3 weeks by the time you put all this stuff up and take it all down, that the F-Line will be bussified, if you will, from the ferry to Upper Market Street. And as Supervisor Weiner noted, you can't reroute streetcar tracks like you can buses. The F-Line moves more people every day than all 3 cable car lines combined. But we certainly don't think the city would allow Powell Street to be shut down and buses to be substituted for the cable cars. So, we're late in the fourth quarter here. There may not be anything you can do to keep the F-Line streetcars running on Market. But we sincerely hope that your board will make it clear that in the future there should be a full public discussion before we close Market Street for this long a period again. Yes, celebrations, we can accommodate them, but maybe not on our main street like we're doing this time. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, I know many of you are not new to this chamber. We have a no applause rule, just so we can keep things moving quickly. If you hear something you like, you can wave your fingers. If you hear something you do not like, you can give a thumbs down. It's a great visual for the folks that are at home and for us watching. Next speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Steve Lucky. I'm the business agent for the Theatrical Stage Employees Union Local 16. And I would also like to add that I am a San Francisco native and excited to have the opportunity to work and host Super Bowl 50. For the better part of 2015, I've been working on the details of Super Bowl 50, not only from my position at Local 16 to provide labor for this event, but also my capacity as a member of Board of Directors for San Francisco Travel. Super Bowl 50 will provide good jobs and benefits, not only to Local 16 members, but for thousands of workers here in San Francisco. This is a wonderful opportunity for San Francisco to enhance its reputation as a world-class entertainment destination. On behalf of over 2,000 stagehands, we are excited to host Super Bowl 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could queue up a little bit closer so the distance between you walking to the podium is perfect. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
No, don't worry. Next.
My name is Jenny Beck. I'm from the Boys and Girls Clubs of San Francisco, and we are an organization that has already benefited from the 50 Fund. We are a happy and grateful grant recipient of a Play 60 grant, which aims to encourage play and physical activity in low-income areas. And the grant is serving two of the neighborhoods we serve, the Tenderloin and the Sunnydale housing complex. And we're able to purchase play activity and put sidewalk murals on that encourage play, not just for our club kids, but for the entire community. And so we're here to support the 50 Fund and say how happy we were to receive a grant.
Great. Thank you. Congratulations. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Cornelia Flannery. I'm a development associate for Mission Neighborhood Centers here in the city. It's a privilege to be here this afternoon as a representative of MNC and also as a recipient of the 50 Fund Playmaker $10,000 grant for our Mission Girls program. MNC serves over 3,000 low-income families throughout the Mission Bay, Excelsior, and Bayview Hunters Point areas in the city. We do a continuum of services for early care and preschool through Head Start. We service youth. We do parent education. We have workforce development and a thriving aging healthy seniors program. The 50 Fund Playmaker Award is going to our gender-specific Mission Girls program that serves over 300 high-risk young women each year. These are women who have been live in poverty. They've been traumatized. They deal with very difficult circumstances and lack of supports in the family. And what they have done is they've created a campaign called We Are the Women. They have written a song about self-esteem in young women and the voice that they have and the impact they can make in the world. In partnership with Future Youth Records, they wrote and produced this song. They just launched the music video at the Brava Theater last month. And through the generosity of the 50 Fund host committee, now this third phase of the We Are the Women campaign is an educational component where our young women will put together and take it on the road to other youth in the local community, teaching young women and young men to empower themselves and one another, and to really stand against the degradation and objectification of women in the music industry. So we are very grateful for the impact of this grant award and the lives that it's going to change for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Supervisors Kim, Weiner, and Avalos. I'm Billy Wong, President and CEO of Baycat. Today I want to take 2 minutes to support Super Bowl 50 because there's already been a positive impact to community, unlike any other event. Beyond the positive stats you've heard already, the press, bad and good, and the immense amount of planning and costs that you've been talking about, I want to talk about the lasting effect of Super Bowl 50, not through the numbers, but through story. Baycat is not a grantee yet, but with the 50 Fund's vision of being the most giving Super Bowl, they've put their money where their mouth is. They've created a foundation in less than a year and had enough foresight to select a nonprofit social enterprise vendor like Baycat to support them for their media needs. 50 weeks, 50 playmakers, 50 videos. We've been creating a story a week for the 50 Fund's Playmaker Grant. And for us to get a contract of this scale and for a full year, we've been able to secure our education and job training program for over 40 young adults, specifically a dozen of them working on these stories. One story is that of Husani Burton, who grew up in the Bayview, and he started at Baycat when he was 11. He went to play college football. When his mom died, he dropped out, disappointing himself and his family. He came back to Baycat, became a Tech SF intern, and rediscovered himself in the 50 Fund work. He's been able to score 5 videos, and this Super Bowl 50 Fund experience has changed his life and given him hope. Similarly, beyond our stories, we've been meeting with each playmaker each week, and beyond the $10,000 they receive, they get an endorsement from the 50 Fund and a video. This is just one program of their work. beyond the $8 million and 300,000 youth that they're going to help, it is the stories of Eddie Zhang, Sabrina Urena at Local Bloco, Joy Jackson Morgan at Third Street Youth Clinic, and Baycat Husani Burton, and that of thousands of others in the community who will be benefiting from this event and these relationships. Thank you for supporting them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is James McElroy. I'm Program Director of the Baby Hunters Point Foundation Youth Services from the Baby Hunters Point Foundation for Community Improvement. And we were a recipient of the Playmaker Grant in honor of Jacob Moody, our retired Executive Director. And what the 50 Fund did for us was let us enhance our summer program where we were able to provide more services for kids. We took them to Yosemite, Redwood Forest, Lake Tahoe, places that they would not be able to go to without the funding of the 50 Fund, and we would like to thank them for the support of the Baby Hunters Point Foundation Youth Services. Thank you.
Yep. Next speaker, please.
Supervisor Cohen?
Yep.
Supervisor Weiner, Supervisor Kim, all those. Good afternoon. My name is Eddie Zhang. I'm a consultant for CYC Community Youth Center of San Francisco, and I'm a proud recipient of the Playmaker from the Super Bowl 50 Fund, as well as our organization. And with part of the $10,000 that we received, we were able to support the Baby Solidarity Tour in the Baby Hunters Point area. And just a couple of days ago, we took about 35 young people from the Bayview, as well as some of the folks from across the city, to take on a tour of Bayview, because historically, as African-American community, many of the Asian and Chinese immigrants who came in the last 2 decades, they did not know many of the histories that they have, at the roots they have in the Bayview Hunters Point as Chinese immigrants. So through this tour, we were able to provide them an opportunity to not only learn about their history and culture and their identity, but they also have an opportunity for them to expose to other cultures so they can promote racial harmony through a way of learning and education. Just like when we talk to the kids about companion cropping, when we're dealing with plants, I think human beings is the same way. We have to be able to learn to live with each other and learn to be able to utilize different resources to support each other. I think the Super Bowl 50 Fund was able to do that not only for my organization, but also for myself and for many of the young people and monolingual seniors who lives out there in the Baby Hunters Point area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Weiner, for your comments at the beginning of this regarding the F-line. We want to restate our concerns about the shutting down of the F-line. My name is Daniel Bergerac. I have the honor of representing Castro Merchants, one of the largest merchant organizations in the city, with 300 members. We also represent 300 other business. Many are LGBT owned and all are LGBT friendly. We are opposed to the plans to shut down the historic F-line Market Street for the Super Bowl 50. The F-line attracts a large number of visitors to the Castro. The Bustitutes, instead, we believe, will move the lucrative customers coming for Super Bowl 50 to seek alternatives. My colleague, Richard McGarry, will also be speaking to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, good afternoon. Thank you for this hearing. Supervisor Avalos, thank you for the best line of the day. I'm Richard McGarry, also speaking on behalf of Castro Merchants in opposition and concern for the shutdown of the F-line historic streetcars. There was no outreach to Castro Merchants while this damaging plan was being developed, while SFMTA and Muni, especially Tom McGuire, Peter Albert, and Candace Sue, have been very communicative more recently. SFMTA's role in this entire process seems to be limited to implementing basic decisions made by others whose identity we've not been able to determine. It's still a mystery to us. We've asked and we haven't gotten an answer. You heard from, at the beginning of public comment, Bruce Adjed from Market Street Railway about their concerns. We understand that they know the F-Line equipment and operations very well. They believe that the F-Line cars could have continued to operate through the footprint of Super Bowl City if those making decisions wanted to make that happen. It didn't happen. In summary, stopping the F-Line historic streetcar service to the Castro Upper Market during the Super Bowl City days, if not longer, will have a unique and substantially damaging economic impact on the small, independent, largely LGBT and LGBT-friendly businesses in the Castro. Anything less than full F-Line historic streetcars will largely cut us out of Super Bowl's touted benefits. The Castro is the only neighborhood in San Francisco that is being targeted and victimized in this fashion. Thanks again for this hearing. I have some handouts through the chair to the clerk that we would like to share for the record and for your information. Thank you.
Thank you. We welcome those handouts. The clerk will be around to pick them up.
Beg your pardon?
I said the clerk will come around to pick
Yeah.
up the handouts.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Heather Saunders. I'm the Director of Development at Juma Ventures, a very grateful recipient of the $500,000 Game Changer grant from the Super Bowl. Juma is a social enterprise who strives to break the cycle of poverty by paving the way for youth to work, education and financial capability for youth across America. We employ low-income youth at our concessions businesses at AT&T Park, Oakland Coliseum and Levi's Stadium, to name a few. And in addition to a job, we provide our youth with financial education, match savings accounts, and our education supportive services help our youth to become the first in their family to go to college. The Game Changer grant has been instrumental to Juma in 2015, helping us to not only continue to provide our services to low-income youth in San Francisco and Oakland, but to continue to invest in our growth in Santa Clara and across the nation. With their support, we've been able to serve 429 youth, and in San Francisco alone, 188 youth earned $222,000 to date and saved $53,000 towards college. The Super Bowl funding has also enabled us to leverage support from the federal government's Assets for Independence program, providing a 2-to-1 match on the youth savings. At the core of our model is a belief that sport is an incredible platform for social change. We're excited. It engages our youth, it creates role models, and it mobilizes the community. We're excited to be part of the Super Bowl's commitment to leaving a legacy of community impact and to share our work with a national audience. And our 120 youth that will be working at the Super Bowl are very excited to be part of the big event. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is John Loftus, and I am the Director of Security for Boston Properties.
Almost didn't recognize you in civilian clothes.
I thought I was done speaking up here, but I guess not.
Good to see you.
So I am the Security Director of Boston Properties, and I'm here to speak in support of the Super Bowl Committee and the Super Bowl City event. My first contact with the Super Bowl Committee was before September. September was their first event. It was the NFL kickoff. It was a similar event where there was concert and live screen broadcast from Justin Herman Plaza. So a couple of months before that, I started meeting with the Super Bowl Committee. I found them to be very responsive to our needs whenever we reached out to them, and very receptive to our suggestions in the security of the event. As soon as that event was over, we started our preparations for the Super Bowl City event. We have met several times with both Rosie and Keith regarding security issues in the event, and I've found them to be just terrific people to work with, and I look forward to our continued work, and we are going to continue to support them in the event. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to come before and give my thoughts. My name is J.P. Luddy, and I'm the president of the Golden Gate Business Association, the LGBT Chamber of Commerce with membership in San Francisco, the East Bay, and Marin County. I echo the support of LGBT business inclusion to Super Bowl 50. And it's with that historic inclusion that I hope that we can find a way to utilize the F line. The Super Bowl 50 is a world-class event, and we want as many visitors to San Francisco as much as possible to shop and dine in my neighborhood, the world-famous Castro District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Paul Pendergast. I'm a board member of the Golden Gate Business Association. I'm also the president of the San Francisco Small Business Network, and my business resides on Treasure Island, so I know what happens when transportation is not available to get to your business. I want to talk about two things very quickly. One is impact. The fact that Mr. Lurie and Mr. Bruce, the Super Bowl 50 Planning Committee, chose at this very point in time to include LGBT businesses into the Business Connect program is truly historic. I guarantee you the phone was not ringing in Arizona, and now because of their leadership and the Super Bowl 50 and Mayor Lee and supervisors, perhaps Houston will also start to call up their LGBT chambers of commerce. The second point about impact is, in fact, the GGB has 341 dues-paying members. Those members, as JP said, are in San Francisco, Marin, the East Bay, and so forth. Each one of those businesses resides in a specific merchant corridor. Of course, we want to see the F line taken care of, but we also want the Super Bowl 50 and working with the Super Bowl 50 to drive traffic to the Western Addition, to the Bayview Hunters Point, to North Beach, to Clement Street, and so forth. So let us use the work that we can do with the Super Bowl 50 to design a plan to drive merchant traffic to the Castro and use that in different parts of the city. That is the impact that this organization will take place. And we've also heard now the budget is an impact. We need every single merchant cash register to be ringing during the time that the Super Bowl 50 is here. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dawn Ackerman. I'm also a member of the board of the Golden Gate Business Association. I am the president of Outsmart Office Solutions. And I want to say that for several months now, I have been very fortunate to get to work with the Super Bowl committee as one of the LGBT businesses that they have been able to do business with. I also know of several other LGBT businesses that have been awarded contracts by both the Super Bowl committee and other organizations that are involved in Super Bowl activities. So the outreach that they have done for the LGBT business community has been significant. There has been a lot of economic impact. And we would like to help all of the other businesses in the Castro get business in any way possible. If the F line must be shut down, maybe we can work to do some really intense advertising to the people coming to Super Bowl Village to encourage them to continue to look at other parts of the city and to go to the historic Castro and visit parts of the city that they've never been to before. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is John Hernstad. I'm Director of Sales and Marketing, Hyatt Regency San Francisco. I'm here on behalf of the host committee to just give a very plain and simple message. A lot of the activity that's happening around Super Bowl City is right around the hotel, and they have been nothing but professional, easy to work with, coming to us with potential issues that may be occurring throughout the event, and really genuinely been great partners for the hotel. And I think it's just something that we wanted to mention. Thank you very much.
Thank you for mentioning that. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Warfield, and my group, Library Users Association, did not get a grant, nor have we sought one, but speaking as an individual, I am very happy for the questions that three of the supervisors were asking and the comments that they were making. First of all, I do think that it's stunning that there are no budgets and no cost estimates a bare 2 months before the major event happens, and some of the events in that week happening prior to February 7th, which I understand is the date of the Super Bowl. I just think that's stunning and a great disrespect to the supervisors as well as the public to have been asked specifically for information and to presumably not have brought anything here specific about cost and in some cases knowledge about who pays. And thank you to Chair Cohen for noting that. What's been left out here is quite a bit, including what I understand to be the cost of the tickets for the main event. $800 is the lowest price that I heard, $3,000 on the upper end, the corporate parties, and so on and so forth. And thank you for the notation about the corporate selling that presumably is part of the free crumbs that are being offered to the public for free. I wanted to talk about what I think is very significant, and that is public impact, which are many, but the MTA, in its incomprehensibly tiny letters, presented what they said they would do. They told us, but they didn't show us. And I think they need to work out those details in much greater detail, and particularly how the public will be informed. I won't go into how the MTA has been deficient in ordinary information about reroutings and construction projects, but they have been deficient and they really need to work on. And you see. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, thank you. Looks like I'm last but not least. I'm Steve Colvin, Senior Vice President with Boston Properties at the Embarcadero Center. We've been working with the host committee now several months, as John Loftus mentioned. We think it's going to be a great event. Our retailers, which roughly number about 75, most of them are small businesses. They welcome this event. We think it's going to be great for the center, great for the citizens of San Francisco. As somebody that was born and raised in the city in my early 20s, when Super Bowl was here in '85, I remember personally coming down to the Embarcadero area, the Hyatt Regency, and participating in some of the events that they had. Had a chance to meet Hank Stram, the once great coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. Those are things that I'll never forget as a youngster. I think it's great for the city. I think you ought to support it. We thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that'd like to speak on this item? Item number 4. Oh, Mr. Yip.
8 days, 160 million viewers. What cultivation or pathway? Let's go for it. Thoughts of soul and bright true nature of self, for one's existence require one to take pathway of daily works with self-intellectual wisdom in response to having that's the origin. Anything taking on the cultivation for good pathway, or pathway cultivation, anything, let's go for it.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that'd like to take a moment to speak? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Colleagues, any other final thoughts? Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Thank you for holding this hearing, and I appreciate the presentations that have happened. I just, we don't have anything before us today, and there hasn't been anything before us for the Super Bowl party or events that will be happening around the 50th anniversary of the Super Bowl. However, it sounds like we did put something in our budget for what we were actually expecting to expend for putting on the Super Bowl events. And I've asked the city, the budget analyst of the Board of Supervisors to provide that information for us to get us so we can ascertain exactly how much we had been budgeted. And he'll be working with the departments to present that. I've asked for it for tomorrow. I'm not sure if that's actually going to be available, but it's important for the city to go into this with our eyes wide open about what the costs are going to be. It looks like we're going to be having Super Bowl events here in San Francisco, but let's find out beforehand what that cost is. I've also will be asking the budget analyst tomorrow as well to be able to track the costs and report to us after the event goes on, so we can look at how we were able to achieve minimal cost to the city, and also know what it was that we did well and effective and efficient for putting on the Super Bowl event. And so we'll look forward to that when the time comes, and perhaps we'll have a hearing afterward so we can track how this event worked in San Francisco. Other than that, I'm interested in what my colleagues have to say as well.
Thank you. My initial thoughts were, once it was revealed that departments were asked to plan for the Super Bowl, that implies that this will be general fund dollars. Perhaps there's a way that we can put the section of the department's budget on controller's reserve, which would require the departments to come before us before money is spent and money is paid out. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. First of all, I do want to state again that I'm happy that San Francisco is hosting Super Bowl 50, and I hope that we're able to host this event again. I think I was hoping that we would have a little bit more information, being that we are less than 2 months away from one of the largest events that will take place here in San Francisco, particularly around the cost associated with hosting this party. And while I'm glad that we're doing this, I'm surprised there hasn't been a conversation on how to share the cost of the mitigations of this event. And I think the question that I would really pose is, do the richest companies in the world really expect San Francisco to pick up the tab for a corporate party here in San Francisco that is ultimately about marketing a corporate organization, the NFL, and a corporate event, the Super Bowl? And while this is a positive thing for the city, we have limited general funds, and I think our taxpayers expect that we use those funds to pay for affordable housing, to pay for homeless services, to pay for mental health services, to pay for Muni. Not for an event that is primarily marketing and promoting a corporate event and institution. It's not to say that we shouldn't host this. I just think that that should have been a part of the conversation from the very beginning. We should have a cost estimate about the cost of hosting this event, and we should have already had a discussion with the host committee about fundraising for the cost, like we did with America's Cup. Now, in the case with America's Cup, we did the sponsors did fall short of fundraising the actual cost of the event, and so we did lose money in America's Cup. But at least we had that conversation and got a commitment from the sponsors that they would fundraise. And it seems like in this case, that conversation didn't happen at all. And so I'm a bit disappointed to hear that. I do think there's still some time over the next 2 months for us to continue this conversation. I just think that this is largely going to be out of expectations of most San Francisco residents in terms of how this party is being paid for.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, I'd like to continue this item to the call of the chair. Without objection? Thank you. All right, folks, we're moving on. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next item?
Yes. Item number 5 is an ordinance amending the administrative code to establish a San Francisco right-of-way policy to promote safety, tolerance, and harmony among all users of City Street, make arrest and citation of bicyclists for failure to stop at a stop sign, the lowest traffic enforcement priority, provided that the bicyclist first slows to a safe speed and yields the right-of-way, require quarterly reports from the police department, and require notification of state officials.
Okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are rounding out this agenda. This is our last item. Supervisor Avalos is here to present for item number 5. Supervisor Avalos, you will be leading the discussion from this point forward.
Yes, thank you very much, and I appreciate your scheduling this item today. And first off, I want to thank my co-sponsors for this ordinance that has been wildly popular, depending on your depending on your definition of popular. This is an amendment to our administrative code, the bike yield enforcement policy. And first off, I want to thank my co-sponsors for this ordinance, Supervisors Breed, Campos, Kim, Marr, and Wiener. Thank you very much for supporting this idea. I've been a cyclist in San Francisco for 23 years, and began cycling in the city when there weren't really any bike lanes in San Francisco. The first bike lane that I can recall going in was on Valencia Street in 1995, and there were fewer of us on the roads, and I'm actually not as much of a cyclist as I was before, given the great distances I have to travel. But there are many more cyclists that are in San Francisco than there were back 23 years ago, and that the number is growing constantly. And it's really exciting to see that that cycling is changing our transit policies in the city. It's changing how we look at our streets, and it's rightly so. Cycling is an activity that engages your whole body. It engages your mind, and it also engages your sense of awareness about your surroundings that a car will never give you. And I think for the most part, cyclists in San Francisco really work to cycle safely. We understand that we have complete agency over our bicycles, and that we're not alone in how we use the streets. I've been as a cyclist for all these years. I've never come close to hitting a pedestrian. I've never hit a car. I've been doored. I've been hit by a car in the past, but never on my own volition run into a car, or my own carelessness run into a car or a pedestrian. However, I do know that a lot of people who use our streets do have concerns of the general safety, and there have been ways that cyclists have been cycling in San Francisco, and I would say a very small minority have been cycling in San Francisco that puts people at fear of bicycles. That's unfortunate, but it's also the reality. The reality is also that a lot of people who use our streets, be they cars, trucks, muni, city vehicles, also can move around our streets in a way that's unsafe for other people who use our streets as well. Unfortunately, the way that cyclists do get viewed, we actually often, the incidents of a cyclist acting with egregious neglect for other people's lives seem to be the norm in people's ideas and people's minds about what cycling is about. It's unfortunate, but that's often the case. And we don't have commercials during the Super Bowl that actually show the latest bicycles and how beautiful they are and how amazing they look behind with beautiful landscape behind them. We don't have cyclists that are part of the general mind of the public the way that cars are. And so we are facing really a sense of lack of real experiential understanding of what bicycling is like in the city, and that seems to have gotten caught up in the controversy of this ordinance that's before us today. This ordinance is actually very, very simple. This ordinance is about requiring cyclists to yield, defining what yielding is, and then making yielding when you come to a stop sign and you don't come to a complete stop at a stop sign, but you do yield safely for pedestrians, that would be the lowest priority for traffic enforcement in San Francisco. And that actually means that the traffic officers who are doing enforcement on our streets will be able to target cyclists who do not yield, cyclists who actually treat pedestrians and other users of the road with great neglect or willful disdain and endangerment. And that's something that I think if we were to actually focus our efforts around education, around how to yield safely, and the new amendments today that I'll be offering here will have a whole public education effort that will be paid for by our Prop K dollars and the Transportation Authority, a whole program about yielding and inform cyclists so that they can understand how to use the roads with awareness of other people who use our streets. That's something that is super, super important. And so I'll be coming forward with an amendment of that. I also want to make sure that what goes forward is that the officers are very clear when we do someday approve this legislation, that officers will be very clear about what are the standards in place for looking at traffic enforcement, especially at stop signs where cyclists are often coming through. If they're yielding, this legislation offers a clear definition of what yielding is and offers officers the ability to do enforcement targeting the people who are the most dangerous for pedestrians and other users of the road. So again, I want to thank all my colleagues who have co-sponsored this legislation. I also want to thank the organizations that have been part of looking at this legislation and how we could make improvements improvements of them. Some of them, these organizations have come out, I believe some of them come out very neutral or opposed to the legislation, but we felt it was really important to acknowledge concerns that people have about cycling in San Francisco. So we did reach out to the San Francisco Police Department. I want to thank them for their input. The MTA as well has given us a lot of feedback. The Department of Public Health, the Mayor's Office of Disability, DPH, I mentioned already. We also got input from the Bicycle Advisory Committee, which is no mystery, right? And we also got input from the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee, who has passed a resolution in support, unanimously, in support of this legislation. I think it's important to point that out. They had given us some recommendations for amendments, which I do have here today. So before we go to city departments and before my colleagues also speak, I want to mention what these amendments are, and I have an amendment of the whole that I will share with the committee. So I'll pass those out real quick, and I have some for the clerk of the board as well. If you can pass that down, Supervisor Wiener. Thank you. So, and these are all recommendations that came out, things that we had anticipated, like putting together a public education effort for this to accompany this legislation, as well as input we got from organizations who had concerns about the legislation. So the first is on page 4, lines 23 through 25. We're deleting this subsection that is really stating that the city streets would yield to SFMTA vehicles at intersections whenever feasible. This is actually, I think, decent language, but it's language that people said was confusing, and it wasn't the major thrust that we were trying to achieve with the legislation, and it was deemed not quite as necessary, and so we were actually, in the amendment of the whole, we'll have that deleted. The next amendment would be on page 5, lines 2 to 3. These are minor edits to this section. The original said that automobile drivers and bicyclists always yield to pedestrians at intersections. The revised part will say that all drivers and bicyclists always yield to pedestrians in the roadway. Next one on page 5, lines 10 through 11, we're specifying that a slowing to a safe speed shall in all cases be no more than 6 miles an hour. Before that was undefined, but we wanted to make sure that the recommendations that did come from the community, I think this is from the disability rights advocates and from the Senior Disability Action that this came from, that we wanted to include. And to me, it gives the officers who are doing traffic enforcement some real measures to work with. The next amendment is on page 5, lines 20 to 24. We're adding a new subsection to the bike yield policy, which is stating, nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent a law enforcement officer from enforcing California Vehicle Code section 224450A against cyclists who do not safely yield as described in this subsection at a particular intersection, street, or corridor if the law enforcement officer concludes, based on the number of collisions between automobiles, bicyclists, or pedestrians, that such enforcement is necessary to protect public safety. What we wanted to do with this amendment was to really make sure it was clear that we're not trying to take away the power of law enforcement to have discretion to ticket and do enforcement of cyclists who are not yielding and cycling dangerously, putting other people at harm's way. And the last is page 6, line 10 to 11, is requiring that quarterly reports on bicycle citations to include a breakdown of traffic stops and citations by race or ethnicity, age, or sex. So this will be an amendment of the whole that would like, hopefully colleagues can accept into the record either now or toward the end of the hearing. And with that, I'll let colleagues speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. We will deal with it towards the end. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Avalos, for your leadership on this issue. You know, I need to start out by saying something, because since we moved forward with this legislation, some people have said to me, well, oh, you're just doing this because you want to make your own biking easier. Well, I actually don't own a bike. When I need a bike, I have a really, really nice neighbor who is kind enough to loan me his bike, like for Bike to Work Day and a few other times. But I generally get around on Muni or on foot. And when that doesn't work, I will take a cab. I think it's really important to keep in mind that having a city that is extremely bikeable is not just about making life easier for cyclists. Of course, we want to make it easy for everyone to get around, but it's not just about making life easier for cyclists. It is in all of our interests to have great cycling access in this city. If you are driving a car, it is far better to have a bunch of bikes on the road than to have a bunch of extra cars on the road who are preventing you from actually getting through an intersection. If you are on Muni, it is in your interest to have people on bikes rather than crowding into an already overcrowded Muni vehicle. And it is in all of our interests to have more people on bikes and fewer cars on our roads. We have horrible car congestion in this city, and it's not because of bikes, it's because we have too many cars in San Francisco. And there are people who need to drive, and that's fine. There always will be. But we need to make sure that we are giving people every option in the world to choose how they get around. And that means making it easier for people to bike, to take Muni, to take cabs, to take ride shares, to do all of the things that people do to get around this city. And we are working very hard to build better bike infrastructure in this city, and we need to keep doing that. We need this city to be more bikeable. We also need to recognize how people actually get around when they bike. And in this city of many, many stops and many hills, to build a bike system based on the assumption that people are going to come to a complete and utter stop at every single intersection, even if there is no one in the intersection, no rights of way being violated, just isn't realistic. And we don't need our police to be going around ticketing people who enter an intersection with a slow, safe, cautious, rolling stop, not violating anyone's right of way. When people engage in reckless, dangerous behavior, whether you're a cyclist, whether you're an auto driver, whether you're a Muni driver, anyone else, you should get ticketed. But we should not be ticketing cyclists who are doing absolutely nothing to endanger anyone else, but are just trying to get around. I also want to just note that we have, there are a lot of people who are frustrated about how hard it is to get around in San Francisco. And I think sometimes there are people who express that frustration towards cyclists, and people say, well, that bike lane is getting built, or so that's making my drive harder, or because there's all this cycling, it's making my life harder. And the fact is that we are living in a city where we've grown by 200,000 people since 1980, like 100,000 people in the last 10 or 12 years. We continue to grow. The city is getting more and more congested, and we all get frustrated. And everyone has seen a cyclist who's doing something that's frustrating to them, a driver, a Muni driver who doesn't pull all the way into the bus stop and blocks traffic, a taxi or ride share that stops in the middle of the street and blocks traffic or blocks the bike lane, a pedestrian who is jaywalking in a dangerous way. We've all seen all sorts of things that frustrate us on the streets. And the solution to that is to make it safer and easier for people to get around in a lot of different ways, and ultimately to reduce the number of cars in San Francisco. So this legislation is simply putting us on record saying that this kind of enforcement against slow, cautious, rolling stops where no one's right of way is being violated, that should be a low law enforcement priority. And that is really common sense. We have such scarce law enforcement resources in this city. Our police department is understaffed. There is not nearly enough traffic enforcement. For the scarce traffic enforcement resources we have, it should be focused on behaviors that are actually endangering other people. And a slow, cautious, rolling stop without a right-of-way violation is not that behavior. And so this is legislation I'm proud to co-sponsor and I support.
Thank you very much. President Breed.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. I wanted to stop by and just say a few quick words about the legislation. I know Supervisors Wiener and Avalos have just really laid it out clearly, and I'm looking forward to moving this particular legislation forward. As many of us know, a lot of this started off with a lot of crackdowns in my district and the Wiggle in particular, and no one has a problem with seeing crackdowns happen that are fair. When people are breaking the law and putting lives in danger, whether they're in a bike, whether they're on the car, whether they're driving a muni bus or what have you, no one has a problem with crackdowns of that nature. But I personally witnessed crackdowns that I thought were just unfair. They were unjust. They involved people along the Wiggle who were clearly biking safely, who were not speeding, who were clearly using their bikes to get to work, who were yielding and not completely stopping, but no cars, no people, no reason for them to completely stop. And if you're someone who rides a bike on a regular basis, which I don't ride a bike on a regular basis, but when I ride a bike, I'm not going to be able to stop at every single stop sign. I do respect the law when there's a stop light, but a stop sign when there's no one around, and you're biking cautiously and you're following the law and you're being safe, I don't understand why that particular issue there needs to be a crackdown for those particular purpose. And I do agree that our limited police resources should be used for other more important things, and they currently some of this has shifted a little bit, and I will say because when Captain Sanford in particular had a more recent meeting, a community meeting, and he showed the statistics of the citations that were given out in the Park Station after he first initially began the crackdown along the Wiggle. It showed that he had not even given out any bicycle citations after, there was this law that was introduced and there was a lot of pushback. And there were citations for vehicles, there were citations for other things, but more importantly, this should not have to be the case, is my point. And I appreciate Supervisor Avalos taking the leadership on this, and I think it's important that the Board of Supervisors go on record in making sure that, we want to encourage people to bicycle. We want to get to 20% of our population who are using bicycles as a mode of transportation. We all have to coexist in this city. We all have to figure out different ways to get around. We have to make changes to the roads. We have to make changes so that we can protect the public. If we really want to get to Vision Zero, we can't continue to move forward and penalize people for trying to bike safely, although unfortunately, it's because they're breaking some 1950s law, which is completely outdated. So I look forward to us moving this legislation. I know Supervisor Avalos has some support, and I know the mayor sent a letter expressing a desire to veto this bill if it comes before him, and I think he's wrong. This is something that we need to do, and I'm hopeful that we can get this legislation passed. We can get it passed with the support of this board so that we can move forward and deal with a lot more pressing issues in this city around public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Also want to acknowledge Supervisor John Avalos and his office for all of their work on this legislation. I think that I can just reiterate what many of my colleagues have said. We don't tolerate any bad behavior here in San Francisco. And this legislation that is before us today is absolutely safe behavior and safe practice and has been proven to work in states like Idaho. This is legislation that I agree benefits everyone. The more individuals that we are able to get out of their cars and off of even our crowded minibuses, out of our congested street and onto their bikes, benefits everyone. This will develop and create a better transportation system for all. I am a biker here in San Francisco. I'm a rather new and younger biker. younger in terms of number of years that I'm biking. And I could see the benefit of this bike yield law if it is absolutely safe to roll through a stop sign as long as I'm moving slowly and there are no pedestrians or other vehicles at the intersection. It would certainly incentivize and increase my biking here in San Francisco. And the other reason why this is safe behavior is because bikers absolutely do not want to tussle with cars because bikers will lose in that situation. This is not going to increase frustrations for our drivers because bikers know that we can't compete with a 10,000-pound vehicle. And I think it's also incredibly important for us to note that it is still against the law to endanger pedestrians by entering the intersection, even in the ordinance that is before us. So I do think that this is best practice moving forward. This is what we need to do to make biking a stronger part of our city and to increase that mode here in San Francisco. And I am proud to support this ordinance today.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Avalos, I have on my list a presentation from SFPD, MTA, Mayor's Office of Disability, DPH, Bicycle Advisory, and the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee. Is that correct?
That is correct, and perhaps we can have them come in order, and I'll call them forward as well. Before that, I just want to thank Jeremy Pollack, my legislative aide, who has been working on this diligently for the past many months, and he has been a major lifelong cyclist as well and been cycling for years in San Francisco. This came out of his idea, and then after that, after he brought it forward, he's been working closely as well with the Bike Coalition, who has been very helpful as well in putting this together, and many other people in the community. So as we'll go forward to the speakers, first up we have Captain Tim Oberzier, if I'm sorry if I don't get your name correctly, from the police department. Please come forward. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon and evening, supervisors. I'm Captain Tim Oberzier. I'm of the Traffic Division. I'm also the acting commander at SFMTA for the moment. I have before me a letter from the Chief of Police in regards to this matter that he prepared and wanted me to read tonight. The San Francisco Police Department appreciates the opportunity to review the proposed legislation, which would add Chapter 110 to the Administrative Code and provide our concerns regarding its content. The Police Department fully supports the city's Transit First policy as defined in Charter Section 8A.115, especially the statement that the primary objective of the transportation system must be the safe and efficient movement of people and goods, as well as Resolution 511-10, encouraging departments and agencies of the city to adopt a goal of 20% of trips by bicycles by 2020. However, the provisions proposed in this legislation could create dangerous situations for those using our transportation system, which includes motor vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians, which is a major concern for the police department. The police department fully supports the city's Vision Zero plan to reduce traffic fatalities and has implemented the Focus on the Five strategy to augment our efforts, which include enforcement of the top 5 collision factors: running red lights, running stop signs, violation of pedestrian right-of-way, committing turning violations, and speeding. Although there is a commitment through directed enforcement efforts to focus on these top 5 violations at the top 5 most dangerous intersections, officers enforce all observed vehicle code violations throughout the city. The ultimate goal of these strategies is to increase the safety of our transportation system and ultimately reduce the number of traffic-related injuries and deaths. If passed, this legislation would require the police department to make enforcement of violations of California Vehicle Code Section 22450, small a in parentheses, by bicyclists, the lowest traffic enforcement policy if the bicyclist slows to no more than 6 miles per hour, yields the right-of-way to any vehicle or pedestrian in the intersection, or endangers the safety of another vehicle or pedestrian. It would allow officers to cite the bicyclist only when any of these 3 provisions has been violated. As such, this legislation would encourage behavior by those using a specific mode of transportation to violate 2240 450A, putting others at risk for injury ranging from minor to fatal. From January 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2014, bicyclists have been at fault for 30% of the collisions resulting from a failure to stop at a stop sign in violation of CVC 22450A. That equates to 129 of the 427 injury and fatal collisions during that time period. In the first 9 months of 2015, January 1st through September 30th, there have been 447 collisions between bicyclists and motor vehicles, including 2 bicycle fatalities. The driver of the motor vehicle was at fault in 216, or 48% of the incidents. The bicyclist, 206, or 46% of the total, and 25 were undetermined. It is unacceptable to encourage someone to break a law that could result in injury or death because it's inconvenient for the driver, bicyclist, to come to complete stop. All vehicles shall stop at a stop sign, period. And an officer must be allowed to perform all duties as required when a violation occurs. And running a stop sign by any vehicle is a violation of CVC 22450, small a in parentheses, which is one of the top 5 collision factors included in the Focus on the 5. An officer must have the discretion to issue a citation based on the circumstances at the time a violation occurs, including the seriousness of the offense and the danger posed by the violation, and not to be restricted from doing so based on it being a low priority. In regard to the reporting requirement outlined in Section 110.7, I respectfully request that the language be changed to coincide with the current requirements imposed on the police department and other reporting departments by the Vision Zero Collaborative and the Police Commission. This information is reported quarterly in April, July, October, and January. To have a second reporting requirement timeline for the same set of data would require additional resources at a cost to the public. We must concentrate on enforcement of vehicle laws as they are written. These laws are to protect people from injury and death caused by negligence, and running a stop sign is a dangerous behavior which could cost someone their life. And the Chief indicates if we can be of further assistance, please feel free to contact his office. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask the statistics that you were reciting for? Can you just go back to those in terms of what percentage? Just sort of say that again. I want to make sure I heard correctly.
Okay. What we have is January 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2014. So, bicyclists have been at fault for 30% of the collisions resulting from a failure to stop at a stop sign in violation of CVC 22450, small a in parentheses, which is a stop sign violation.
And 30% of collisions?
Yes, 30% of those collisions involving a stop sign. Or the bicyclist
where a cyclist was involved.
That's correct.
Okay, what percentage of the total collisions occurring at stop signs involved a cyclist? I just want to know what the sample size is.
I see what you're asking.
My understanding is that the percentage of bike-involved collisions at stop sign intersections is microscopic, is really, really small. And that overwhelmingly it's cars, and so it might be 30% of the time the bike was at fault, 70% not at fault. But if that's of 1% of the 30% of 1%, it's not really a very powerful statistic, or it is powerful, but in the other direction. And I think that. Because, for example, we've had a couple of really horrible, tragic situations where a bike engaged in highly reckless behavior, blowing through a stoplight, one in the Embarcadero, one at Castro Market in my district, which, of course, would not even vaguely be covered by this. This does not apply to people blowing through stop signs or running red lights or being reckless, and where they just engage in illegal, reckless dangerous behavior and ended up killing pedestrians. And they were prosecuted, and they should have been prosecuted. But for every every collision like that happens, there are many collisions where someone is injured or killed that have nothing to do with a bike, that are cars. And I say this not to excuse anyone. If someone is engaging in reckless behavior as a cyclist, as a driver of a bus or a car, or anything else, they should be held accountable. But when we look at what's actually causing harm on our street, I think looking at those numbers is incredibly important, and overwhelmingly, it's cars that are injuring and killing people. First of all, because there are many more cars in our city than there are bikes, but also, a car is dramatically bigger and heavier and moving faster than a bike will typically move. So I don't know. Do you have that information?
No, but I will get it for you.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful to send out, because otherwise, I think it could paint a misleading picture for the public that there are all sorts of collisions happening that are the fault of bikes, all sorts of collisions that are the result of cars, and therefore it's a lot of both of them, and so there's no distinction between the two. And I think that there's a huge distinction, because overwhelmingly it's cars that are involved in these collisions.
I'm also concerned about the data as well. We have data from the MTA, and it might be the MTA's presentation today, that says there were 22,450 total collisions from a failure to stop at a stop sign, but only 129 involving a bike, which is vastly different in terms of the sample for bicyclists and the overall number of collisions. I'm also curious, do you have data that says if those collisions you just cited, how many of those are where the injured party was a cyclist?
And I don't have clarification on the data, so when I get that, I'll provide it, Supervisor.
There was also discrepancies in data that was provided by the Park Station officers back in the end of the summer. Captain Sanford reported that Park Station reported that officers had cited only 11 bicyclists between July and September, but Captain Sanford's report said that he had cited hundreds of cyclists in August 5th and 6th alone. And so how do you reconcile these differences that is reported out of Park Station and different from what the actual captain is reporting for citations in those places?
I don't know where that would be astray, if you will. I know that city reporting obviously is different than a different district, and total city reporting is something that we have access to on various violations, and there's a total percentage of vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians as far as the breakdown. We present that to the Police Commission quarterly.
Right, and another thing that I hear is that we know that, especially with our Vision Zero enforcement, we want to look at the intersections that are the most dangerous. And do you have an understanding which are the most dangerous intersections, just in the Wiggle alone?
I could get that for you. I don't know offhand.
So just the data we have from where the citations happened, we're showing that the actual enforcement that was happening in the intersections that weren't the highest priorities within the Wiggle itself.
I see what
and
you're
so
asking.
other intersections that had much greater issues of collisions and people who had collisions with bicyclists, but they weren't the same intersections where enforcement was happening. And so if we want to look at looking at enforcement, we do want to make sure we're focusing on the places that seem to be the most dangerous for people using our streets. There was also incident on Friday, October 10th, and I know this is kind of getting in the weeds, but it really isn't. It actually talks about how the police is looking at enforcing in doing enforcement in general. People were actually on the Wiggle at around 11 o'clock at night. I heard one person told me directly, I heard from other people as well, that they got ticketed 11 p.m. at night, not a soul in sight, except the cruiser, and it was a cruiser, not like a traffic enforcement officer, was actually stopping people kind of randomly on the street. Is that a policy, or do you see a real reason why the police department would use such resources at that time of night on this particular activity?
I can't speak to the specific circumstances that took place. Supervisor. And I can't tell you, given the time and the traffic conditions, whether, or not it's justified or warranted. But each circumstance is unique to its own, and not having the information behind it, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next up, we have from the MTA, Tom McGuire.
Okay, good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for giving us a chance to come here and talk to you about the bike yield legislation that's before you today. While my colleague pulls up the presentation, I want to thank you for thinking creatively about finding ways to make San Francisco more attractive and more convenient for cyclists, and help us reach the goal that the shared goal we have of having 20% of all trips in San Francisco by bicycle. It's something that we obviously share as what we do every day. We'll be striping 25 miles of bike lanes this year, relaunching bike education programs citywide, and doing lots of other things to make San Francisco a really bicycle-friendly city. However, I do want to say that at MTA we do have some concerns with the legislation, and I want to share two of those concerns with you today. The first is related to framing of the legislation in terms of Vision Zero, and the second has to do with the way the law, as written, may be perceived by users on the street. So first, I want to do a real quick refresher on how Vision Zero relates to this or doesn't relate to this bill. So we remember that Vision Zero is the commitment to end fatalities in the streets of San Francisco across all modes by the year 2024. Next slide. And then it's a data-driven effort focused on the heavy lines on this map, the 12% of streets that are our deadliest streets, the streets where over 3/4 of the injuries and fatalities are taking place. And so all of our efforts, next slide, across education, enforcement, engineering, as well as the policies and evaluations that we're advocating for are focused on those streets, those behaviors, and those problems. So I'll drop out of the citywide map and talk about enforcement. We know that there's been a commitment by SFPD, supported very strongly by MTA, to reach the focus on the 5. They've been making incremental progress towards the goal of 50% of all citations written for the five traffic behaviors that cause the most collisions, which it's always worth remembering are speeding, illegal turning, red light running, failure to yield the right-of-way to a pedestrian, and running of stop signs. So that's the Vision Zero framework for this. There's discussion in the legislation about establishing a San Francisco right-of-way policy, and that's the second area that I'd like to address today. The legislation talks about establishing a San Francisco right-of-way policy. I understood the amendments you gave today gave some more detail about that, but largely the legislation talks about a new definition of right-of-way in San Francisco, and that can be challenging when we talk about what behavior we expect from drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians on the street. Right-of-way is a very central concept in the California Vehicle Code. At MTA, we believe that changes to the definition of right-of-way really ought to be made at the vehicle code level, specifically Section 22450, which we're all talking about here today, and that's important because, as the legislation observes, we have increasing bicycle traffic. We think we have more bicycles on the street than we've ever had before in San Francisco. That's great news. We have more pedestrians and vehicle traffic as well, lots of construction going on. And all these competing demands underscore the need for clear and predictable rules of the road. And that, I can't stress enough how important that is to the driver behavior and the education efforts that we are coming out with for Vision Zero.
Second, sure. I think I heard you say that changing the definition of the right-of-way, and this legislation really does not change the definition of the right-of-way. It does change what a behavior is, requires a certain behavior when you get to the right-of-way, yielding, which actually can include stopping. So to me, it's not changing what the right-of-way is, but the interaction that you would expect from the right-of-way.
And so it's true. So we actually can, as a city and county, we can't change the definition of right-of-way. That's a CVC legal issue. I'm concerned about whether we're sending an ambiguous message to cyclists, drivers, and pedestrians about whose turn it is and whose right-of-way it is. And Many of the, I would actually say all of the engineering efforts and the redesigns we've done of the streets over the last few years have been aimed at creating more predictability, calming traffic, often giving priority to cyclists and pedestrians, because we think that's both the right thing to do for our mode share goals and the safest thing to do. But they're really about creating more predictability. And a concern that we have with the legislation is that by sending perhaps an ambiguous signal to road users about who has the right of way, we might be removing predictability from the road and creating a less safe scenario on the streets.
Just wondering what kind of faith you have in our public education efforts around Vision Zero. Do you expect that they will have an impact on people's behavior, or that we will just continue to enforce our streets with ambiguity?
I'm very confident and excited about the education efforts we're going to do for Vision Zero. So I think we will be giving primarily drivers. I think everyone here, I'm really glad to hear everyone here observing that the primary cause of most of our fatalities and injury collisions is driver behavior. So I think we'll be giving drivers and also pedestrians and cyclists lots of information about safe ways to operate on the street. But it'll be very much grounded in what the rules of the road are and what the state law is.
Okay, and do you have other parts of your presentation?
That's all I have.
Thank you. So just wanted to make sure, I didn't read into the record, I didn't turn the page, but we also have an education program that is in the new legislation, and I'll read it into the record. It's page 7, lines 3 to 7. It says that the bike yield enforcement policy and education plan will be, the Board of Supervisors encourages the SFMTA and the San Francisco County Transportation Authority to develop a program by March 31st, 2015 to educate the public about the bicycle yield enforcement policy. The program should prioritize promoting pedestrian safety and educating bicyclists about their responsibility to safely yield to others at intersections. And so last year in our budget process, we actually put forward $450,000 for the public education effort for Vision Zero. I had been hoping that it would be useful or available for the bicycle safety effort, because we first really talked about this back in the summer, but that money was moved to, I believe, DPW to do some of their public education work on other parts of our Vision Zero effort. But what I was really happy to see was that the Transportation Authority, through our Prop K funds, is able to actually use public education effort money from that source of funding for bicycles. And to me, it was really great, and it means that we can actually, regardless of what happens with this legislation, is that we can actually put forward information to cyclists about how to cycle safely and be aware of all other people who are using our streets. So just wanted to add that into the record and let you know that we are committed to that education effort as well.
Okay, and whatever the law is in San Francisco, we'll always make sure that our education message is consistent with the letter of the law across all the different agencies and all the different modes that we use to reach drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians.
Great, thank you. So we have other departments that I know wanted to speak. DPH and the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee. I can have them come up. Just if you can just make real brief presentations, just cover like the main points that you wanted to discuss. If you're able to go up for like 3 minutes, that will be great. Then we can get to public comment. There are a lot of members from the public who are here as well who want to speak on both or all sides of this issue. So let's have our departments come forward, can really go briefly, and then we'll go on to public comment from DPH, Leilani Schwartz.
Thank you. I'm just loading up my presentation.
Oh, and then Carla Johnson from the Mayor's Office on Disability.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Leilani Schwartz. I'm an epidemiologist with the Department of Public Health. My work mainly focuses on data and analysis in support of Vision Zero, which includes developing the comprehensive transportation injury surveillance system, which is linking medical record data with police records, ensuring that we have the most comprehensive, accurate data informing Vision Zero initiatives to save lives in San Francisco. I'm here on behalf of the Department of Public Health and my supervisor, Megan Weir, who regrets not being able to be here today as she's on maternity leave. But I worked with her in preparing this testimony before she went on leave. And so I'm here to present today on the potential or the existing data and potential safety impacts of this legislation with regards to the safety of road users on the streets of San Francisco. Consistent with the questions we ask ourselves every day regarding Vision Zero, how do we save lives and reduce the incidence of serious transportation injuries in San Francisco? A quick overview of what I'll be covering today: cyclist injury trends in San Francisco, cyclist-involved injuries at stop signs in San Francisco, evidence from other jurisdictions, and potential safety impacts of the ordinance. Does this ordinance redirect enforcement resources? Is it substantiated by the Idaho experience, or does the ordinance introduce some level of uncertainty? We wanted to start off with sharing information about cyclist injuries by injury severity in San Francisco. Cyclists comprise approximately 10% of traffic deaths annually. In recent years, we see about 3 to 4 people killed while cycling. This holds true, unfortunately. For 2015 through November, we've had 3 cyclists killed. Looking at overall cyclist injuries, focusing on this yellow line from 2005 to 2013, we've seen cyclist injuries increasing. There's some evidence that cyclist injuries may be leveling off. With this most recent data, we'll have a better idea of that trend once we have data through 2015 next year. Notably, about 4% of trips in San Francisco are made by bicycle. Yet we see that around 15% of transportation-related injuries are sustained by cyclists, as seen by the yellow line here. And it ranges from 10 to over 20%, depending on injury severity. Also to note on this chart is that this represents police-reported data, and we know that police-reported data underestimates the true burden of cyclist injury in San Francisco. A comparison of San Francisco General Hospital records with police records showed that approximately 25% of cyclist injuries go unreported to the police. And oftentimes these unreported injuries are cyclist-only injuries. So these are injuries where motor vehicle isn't involved in the collision and the cyclist is transported directly to the hospital and no police report is taken. To address this data gap, I'm developing a comprehensive transportation injury surveillance system that links the police and medical records, so we have a more complete picture of the cyclist injuries and all injuries occurring in San Francisco. So the next few slides are looking at cyclist-involved injuries as they're defined in the ordinance. We're using 2012 SWITRS data, which is the most recent police-reported data that's complete, where injuries are geocoded to the nearest intersection. In 2012, we saw 686 police-reported cyclist-involved injuries, which is approximately 2 per day. This analysis allows us to look at exactly what's happening at stop-controlled intersections. So we see that over 80% of cyclist-involved injuries involve a motor vehicle and a cyclist, and that includes parked cars. We see that 7% of cyclist-involved injuries in blue involve a cyclist and a pedestrian. 16% of cyclist-involved injuries occur at stop-controlled intersections, indicated by the orange and gray slices there. 10% of cyclist-involved injuries occur at all-way stops, 6% at intersections where there's at least one stop sign at an intersection leg, but not all of the intersection legs. As you can see from this pie chart in green and yellow, that The majority of cyclist-involved injuries occur at signalized intersections and mid-block locations. In 2012, we had 110 cyclist-involved injuries at stop signs, at stop-controlled intersections, which is around two injuries per week. So when looking at who's at fault, for the 686 cyclist injuries in 2012...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt here. I need you to get to your final point. We're going to lose quorum, and we need to move a little bit more expeditiously. No, it's okay. But if you were to summarize your entire presentation... Perfect.
Sorry.
That's the main point.
There's a lot of data. Overall, there's a relatively high degree of uncertainty with this policy in terms of the potential impacts on cyclists and other road user behaviors. To date, there's been one study done addressing this topic, and this study is not a published study. It's an unpublished manuscript that hasn't been vetted through the scientific process. It hasn't gone through peer review, and the conclusions drawn in that study don't support or isn't supported by the data presented.
Sorry, just continue like we're listening.
There's a lack of evidence that this policy is addressing a safety issue that would help reduce injury, particularly severe and fatal injuries in San Francisco. We see through SFPD data that less than 2% of citations are given to cyclists, meaning a smaller proportion are even given to cyclists violating the stop signs or violating a stop sign. As I stressed, that there's a high... This topic is not well studied. There's not a lot of data that support that this policy reduces injuries or increases safety. The changes that are presented in the latest version of the legislation are found to be critical for implementation. As you mentioned, the continued targeted enforcement of cyclists not safely yielding as dictated by data of injury patterns at certain intersections. Also, we recommend with the educational component of including drivers as a key audience, as their expectations of other road users may change if this policy is implemented. DPH had the opportunity to contribute feedback regarding quarterly monitoring of injury trends, and so this is important in evaluating injury trends post-policy implementation.
Great.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you, and I appreciate your looking into the data and studying what the potential impacts can be, and certainly we'll be putting language in with the new amendment that we will have reporting that will be available for DPH to analyze what that will be once we have something in motion. And certainly, regardless what happens, we will have a public education effort, and perhaps we can do some measurement there as well, regardless of what happens with this legislation. So thank you.
Yeah. Can I add one more thing I forgot to say about education? In my research at the international scale, Paris, I mean, they didn't pass the same legislation. It's for traffic signals at specified intersections, but they had a very widespread sign plan where it was very evident to other road users what cyclist behaviors were going to be, whether they were permitted to go straight through the intersection during a red light or permitted to go right.
Yeah,
through
the
a red
differences in
light.
Paris are vastly different, and we're trying to track down that information as well. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, Carla Johnson. Ms. Johnson?
No. Supervisor, before we continue, we need to make a motion to excuse Supervisor Kim. And so I'd like to make a motion to excuse Supervisor Kim. And without objection.
So moved.
Thank you. Without objection, this motion passes. Okay, now Carla Johnson, please. Carla.
And Ms. Johnson, if you can just be very brief, we can get on the public comment. A lot of folks have been waiting for a long time, and I know it's really important that we sought your counsel in crafting this legislation as well, so welcome.
I will do my best to be brief. Thank you, Chairman Cohen and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for you today. Like you, Supervisor Avalos, I've been riding a bicycle here in San Francisco for a very long time, 38 years actually to be exact. And for the last 17 years, I have been using a bike as my primary way to commute back and forth to work. But I'm here today as the Director of the Mayor's Office on Disability, and one of our tasks is to provide policy guidance to the Mayor and this board on issues that affect people with disabilities and also seniors. And in that capacity, I'm here today to urge you to reconsider this proposed legislation. I recommend that you do not pass this out of committee and send it to the full board. But I would offer as an alternative my recommendation, if you see the merit in experimenting with the new idea, then I would recommend that you adopt this as a pilot program, perhaps in the residential neighborhoods along the Wiggle where this conversation really started. And I respect your goals and your intention to promote bicycle ridership. And I also really appreciate, Supervisor Avalos, the way that you made amendments that were responsive to the concerns when I approached you a few weeks ago. But my primary concern remains the impact on pedestrian safety for people with disabilities. And then my second concern is about the impact on bicycle safety. I think fundamentally, I don't believe that this proposal has been fully studied. There are inadequate statistics, as I think you heard the Department of Public Health speak to support how this would work in a densely populated urban environment like San Francisco. San Francisco is not Boise, Idaho. Our streets are so much more complex and congested, and there's really no comparison. And the UC Berkeley researcher whose study provided the position paper that I think started this conversation, he barely mentions pedestrians in his paper at all. And his only mention of pedestrians with disabilities is to describe people who use motorized wheelchairs as somehow being a hazard to bicyclists. His research also did not take into consideration other factors affecting bicycle ridership and safety, such as new bike lanes or other engineering changes. And under current traffic safety rules, I experience conflicts with bicycle riders who don't yield to pedestrians every single day at both stop signs and also at stoplights. I don't really believe that the majority of bike riders are bad. I couldn't believe that because I'm a bike rider myself. I just think that sometimes they make the wrong decisions. The bicyclists may think that they are proceeding safely, but they don't understand how to read the intention of pedestrians. For people with mobility disabilities, bike-pedestrian conflicts can be dangerous. We can't always react quickly enough to avoid a collision. And sometimes that reaction, that jumping back to avoid a bike, can in and of itself cause a fall or an accident. I have plenty of anecdotal stories from people with disabilities where these misses and falls and twisted ankles and knees don't ever end up in a police report or on a health department statistic because the pedestrian is not transported to a hospital. And I can give you an example. In front of our office on Market Street, we have a signal-controlled mid-block crossing. And every day I witness dozens of bicyclists going through the stoplight. Since they don't perceive this as a threat to themselves because there is no cross-traffic, they use their best judgment. And their best judgment is to ignore the light. But in doing so, they ignore the pedestrians as well. I'm not going to...
If I can just pause for a second.
Sure.
Our legislation is not about stoplights, and it's about stop signs. And people who actually go through stop signs and endanger pedestrians will be subject to traffic enforcement and are not actually given a pass by this legislation.
I completely appreciate that and understand that as well.
Well, there's been a lot of anecdotal, information that gets thrown in about this legislation. People talk about stoplights, they talk about bicycles on sidewalks, they talk about bicyclists hurting someone that is not related to what behavior we're trying to address here. And, I do appreciate what you provided, but I want to make sure we keep the subject on the issue that's before us.
I think the subject here is about the communication between the bicyclist and the pedestrian. I don't think that a bicyclist would choose to go through that stoplight if they thought that the pedestrian really was at risk. And I think that's really the issue, is that they can't fully read the pedestrian's intent. But also near our office, when I wait at a stop sign, what I found is that as I wait for the bicycles to pass, that actually sends a very confusing message to the drivers, to the motorists who are in the intersection. And it becomes a very difficult sort of dance of who's going to go next, who goes, in turn. And I've seen the drivers actually get very impatient with the pedestrians if the pedestrians wait for the bicyclists to pass and then step out into the driveway.
And drivers are impatient with other drivers as well. It's probably more so than
Supervisor
with
Avalos, this
pedestrians and
is her
cyclists.
presentation. There'll be plenty of time for you to
And I'll try to be
comment.
fast. I know that you have time concerns.
Well, we're having a hearing, so we can engage in dialogue now. Please continue.
So our office was proud to be a member of the Vision Zero Task Force, and unlike this proposal, the Vision Zero Task Force was really very data-driven to, try to identify the types of conditions and the intersections that led to those types of accidents. And the Vision Zero recommendations proposed that three-prong approach of the education, enforcement, and engineering. And I believe that the bicycle yield policy is going to make the education more challenging because it makes decision-making just too subjective. And education isn't going to reach the bicyclist who already thinks that they know how to proceed safely, looking out for their own self-interest without maybe understanding what the pedestrian needs are. So in San Francisco, if we tried this as a pilot project instead of as a citywide change, I think we could re-engineer the signs and the signals along the wiggle. And one suggestion would be to make a greater use of the advanced pedestrian interval signals, which is technology that allows both pedestrians and bicycles a head start to cross the intersection before cars are allowed through. And last of all, just as a story, bicycle safety is a personal, concern of mine as well, because in 2001, I was struck by a car while riding my bike, and I had the green light. I was in an intersection, and the car making a turn just didn't see me. And this was one of those serious accidents that included an ambulance ride to the hospital, and I suffered a traumatic brain injury from which I've never fully recovered. And as a bicyclist, my response to my accident has been to become more cautious when approaching an intersection. I bike very defensively now. Even with a green light, I will slow down and I will look both ways for my own personal safety. So for the safety of bicyclists, I don't recommend implementing rules that would make decision-making a matter of personal judgment. I'd like to keep our traffic safety rules consistent for all users, and I urge you and your fellow members of the board to hold this proposed ordinance in committee, and if you choose to move forward, please do so only as a pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll go on to public comment, and we'll do 2 minutes per person. I also want to make sure that the people who are going to present from the Bicycle Advisory Committee could speak as well, and the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee, if they're still here, will be given a little more time to their presentation. Just if you identify yourselves, it'll be Kevin Dole and Sonia Kos. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hi. My name's Richard May, and thanks to Supervisor Kim, I sit on the Bicycle Advisory Committee as a representative for District 6. And I don't have any charts or studies or anything like that, but when all 10 members of the committee, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, are sitting in our meetings, we represent almost 200 years of bicycle riding experience, most of it in San Francisco. And I'm just going to simply say that we look at this as a no-brainer, and we passed this resolution to support it unanimously. So thank you for that.
Next speaker.
My name is Herbert Weiner, and I have one question, and that is, suppose a cyclist slows down and, to see if there are no cars or pedestrians, and suddenly a car, charges into the intersection unexpectedly through no fault of the biker, or a pedestrian suddenly runs into the intersection and they're struck. This could have been prevented by the cyclist coming to a full stop and looking. Now, what if automobiles also were affected by the same resolution? If they slowed down, looked, went through the stoplight, why can't they do the same thing? Why are bicyclists so special? Now, won't the police, in the light of potential accidents, actually be spending more time enforcing this law? It's going to be a redeployment of police, and frankly, I can see the police academies building up in their classes as a result of it. I think there's more catastrophes with this. And also what's missing is how many cyclists crashed the light when they were struck by a vehicle. We don't have that statistic. We also don't know how many pedestrians have been struck by a bicyclist. And those are very important things. Now, the other question I have to ask is a very basic one. How would supervisors react if they were struck by a bicycle? That's an emotional question. And the other thing I have to say is no pedestrian ever ran over a bicyclist. Thank you.
Mr. Weiner, you asked how many supervisors have been hit by a bicyclist?
Yeah, I'd like to know how many pedestrians have been struck by bicyclists. You know, this is really missing in a lot of the statistics. My understanding is the MTA statistics is 3%. But, 3% out of how many? I think this is a very significant statistic.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Howard Williams, and as Stephen Colbert might say, I'm a constituent of the Fighting 11th. I have 3 points. I'll actually address the previous speaker. It's not so much that bikes are special, it's that cars are actually special. They're specially wrong. In this and in every single transportation legislation that the supervisors are going to consider for the rest of your career, I would ask you to understand the fundamental reality that the car is the inferior form of transportation. Now, let me clarify, this does not mean that drivers are inferior to cyclists. There are people who get out of their car and do many wonderful things and better than me. So I don't say that I am better than a driver, but the car is an inferior form of transportation. It is always flatulent and routinely fatal. Somebody knows what that means. With that in mind, we have to understand that cars have to be legislated in such a way as to promote the safety of all of us, pedestrians, cyclists, people who are parachuting and landing in the middle of the city. Last but not least, I noticed that this issue got a low priority. We came after the Super Bowl. Some of us actually have to get out of here. And I think in the future I would like to see a bicycling issue that's going to be going on well after February of next year to be given priority over a 9-day event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Matt Dove. I run the YMCA's bicycle education program. We're out here in San Francisco teaching kids about biking every day. We reach about 4,000 kids each year. I've been a bicycle safety instructor for 8 years and have been using the bicycle as my primary mode of transportation for the better part of 30. I rode down to that community meeting at Park Station through the Wiggle in August, and I was mostly just interested in seeing what was happening there, seeing what the dialogue looked like. On my way there, I had the chance to stop, as I do, at a stop sign in the Wiggle next to an SUV who also stopped. After stopping, I observed a pedestrian crossing through a crosswalk and yielded to them. The car next to me was driven by somebody who had stopped but then immediately started going again, putting that pedestrian in mortal danger. And so when I got to this community meeting, what struck me was that enforcing a stop law is not getting to the root of what we're looking at. That by enforcing a stop law, we're not looking at yielding to this pedestrian. That driver next to me stopped, but yet that pedestrian was still in danger. When I teach a child about right-of-way and about how to operate on the street, something that's really important for me to get across is that the street is a communication, it's a conversation, and that right-of-way is a way of facilitating that conversation and keeping us from collisions. When I watch a child stop at an intersection for the first time, evaluate whether it's their right-of-way, and then cross, what's important to me over all else is that they are communicating and engaging, not that they came to the most complete stop. If I observe a student who stops completely, doesn't look, or looks like this, and then goes right through, that doesn't get it. If they almost stopped, but they're really looking around,
All right, thank you.
Thank you very
Next
much. Before the next speaker, Mr. Oka is going to be speaking. If you want to come up to the mic, please. And Mr. Oka is one of our former commissioners of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority.
Thank you very much.
And we also spoke about this measure at the FDR Democratic Club.
Let me start by saying that I don't normally start presentations with the following statement. And I'm gonna ask you, does anybody sitting where you're sitting want to increase the disability community? Because this legislation will do that. And I'm not talking about bicyclists. I'm talking about seniors, people with babies in strollers, and anybody else that can't make it across the street in the intersection in the time that it takes to even cross a what we call a signaled intersection. So if you want to increase the disability community, this is the way to do it. There are better ways to do this. And to compare Idaho with San Francisco is not practical or sensible, because we are a much more densely populated city. We walk and bike. I use the bicycle lanes every day, and I see the streets of our city every day, in every neighborhood. I don't just sit at home and ride around my neighborhood. I'm all over the city every day, and I use the bicycle lanes. And I see on a daily basis the almost accidents that happen because somebody sped through a stop sign because they couldn't stop their bike. If you can't stop your bike...
Commissioner. Thank you.
On the wrong
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's your time.
That's your time, Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Nathan Woody, co-founder of San Francisco Yellow Bike Project. We are San Francisco's mechanical access advocates. We actually were formed in support of the Board of Supervisors' 20% in 2020 goal. If we're going to get more people on bikes, we need to create more access to bikes. And so I'm done with that blurb. I'm here to support the bike yield law, but I think I should have applied for a Playmaker grant. There's a couple issues here. I feel like road user vulnerability is at the heart of a lot of these anecdotes, and we need to create education-wise a way that we all look at road users in order of their vulnerability on the streets. Pedestrians, disabled, and pedestrians coming the very most vulnerable users, and large trucks might being wrong in this case, the most gigantic and dangerous vehicles being responsible for their actions. we want to incentivize pedal power here, and I feel like something's happening in San Francisco where we're losing pedal power, we're gaining e-power. I would request that we consider the effect of motorized vehicles, particularly e-bikes, e-scooters, those little Segway things, all of those sorts of motorized vehicles. I would like to see them not be exempted from this stop law and incentivize pedal power in this way. All the statistics I've been seeing, predominantly injuries, fatalities. In my own experience, I've seen 2 really bad injuries happen right in front of my eyes, first responder to those. It comes from cars. We want safer roads. Let's get more bikes on the streets. We will see fewer fatalities and we'll see fewer serious injuries. And in that way, we'll see these numbers come down that everybody's pointing to. They're afraid they're going to go up. Well, the reality is with more bikes, we're going to have less dramatic injuries and less maimed and wounded people on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, my name is Sasha Almarini. I live in Hayes Valley, and I took a few hours of my day today to speak to you because it's really important to me that we look at what happens at the intersections when bikes, pedestrians, and cars come there. The most important thing for riding safely to me as a cyclist of 20 years and almost 10 years as my main mode of transportation is that I ride predictably and that other users of the road, pedestrians and cars and other cyclists, know what to expect to me and I know what to expect from them. Right now, cars and pedestrians expect most cyclists to roll through a stop sign if they have the right of way. If they don't, when I stop, it often confuses cars and pedestrians, and I have to stop and physically say, no, you have the right of way, you're a pedestrian, please go, I'm going to wait. And the same with cars. And I look forward to the education that this bill will bring that will tell cars and pedestrians, hey, that cyclist is supposed to stop. She's doing the right thing when she's riding safely and predictably and stopping and yielding, because right now it kind of confuses people. So I look forward to that education. As far as the disability aspect of this law, I already ride that way where I yield, as most cyclists do. We all have parents, and as our parents get older, they walk slower. Some of us, including myself, have disabled parents. So I am disability access and convenience is close to my heart. My mom has to use either a walker, or a scooter, or a wheelchair. And I see her get scared on streets. And it's not only cyclists, it's cars, it's pretty much everything because she can't go very fast. I look forward to the education that can also help cyclists understand that there are people and pedestrians that don't move fast and that we need to calm down and slow down and take it one step at a time. And I think this legislation will be so helpful to cyclists for all the reasons that the supervisors have already said at the very beginning. I can tell you guys understand what it's like to be a cyclist here, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you very much, supervisors, for having this hearing. I come to you as a member of the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition for the last 16 years and a member of the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee, a senior member of it for the last 9 years. I come to you also reciting facts. Chris Boucher, when he struck Tzu Chi Hui on March 29, 2012, also ran through many stop signs in San Francisco, along with the red, yellow light at the intersection of Castro Market and 17th. That's a fact. The next fact is, according to the Better Streets Plan you approved along with the Commission of SFMTA, it defines that a bicycle is a vehicle when it is proceeding through a crosswalk where there is a pedestrian. It is in violation of the law. No vehicle is to proceed through a crosswalk when a pedestrian is there. That is the law you approved. Second fact is catch videos of Captain John Sanford have been uploaded to YouTube of him on his bicycle. This smells to me, as a historian and an ethnic studies graduate of UC Berkeley, of Reconstruction reactionism to what an African American captain is doing. I think this is very biased legislation against people with disabilities. Please do not approve this.
What does the captain's race have to do with your argument?
He is one of the sole African American captains in San Francisco. and this is based on the Wiggle. This
So
is
what's your
the
point?
Wiggle legislation.
All right, next
basis.
speaker. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is. Okay. I have to collect myself after this one. My name is Sven Eberlein. I'm a pedestrian, a cyclist, and a driver in San Francisco. I have been for 20 years. And I just wanted to show that there actually is, with the existing stop law for everyone, there's a lot of gray area. Everyone who's driven a car, which I think a lot of people have in this country, knows when two cars come to an intersection and each one has a stop sign, you get there at the same time, there's that situation of like, okay, do you go? No, you go, I go. You have to communicate, because literally if they both arrive at the same time, what's the law? Who gets to go, you know? So when you're on a bike and a car and someone else is in a car and you're coming to the intersection, usually, in my experience, when I'm on my bike, the car will, like a previous commenter says, the car will stop and kind of wait for me to go through, because the car does not want me to stop, because it's going to take me a long time to get going again. So there's kind of a natural inclination to let the cyclist go through. And likewise, when I'm in a car and I see a cyclist coming at the same time, I will also wave the cyclist through, because I know it's just going to be easier for the cyclist, and it'll be quicker for me in a car to get going, because if I wait for the cyclist to stop and then we go through the whole game, who's going to go, and then until the cyclist picks up pace again, it really slows down traffic. So really, in the interest of all traffic participants, which again, a lot of us are cyclists, pedestrians, drivers at different times, I think it makes a lot of sense to pass the bike yield law. I think it's going to make traffic better for everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Misha Zatzman, and I've lived in the Mission for 11 years now, and I've been biking the whole time around the city. And I'm really excited about the bike yield law. I think it'll let the police focus on actual dangerous traffic patterns and let bicyclists get through the city easily and get more people biking through the city and help our traffic. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thanks for the opportunity to briefly speak on behalf of the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition and our 2,100 petition signatories in support of the bike yield law. Would everybody here in support of bike yield law please raise your hands? Can we just get a show of support for bike yield law? Everyone in this room, whether they raise their hand or not, agrees that San Franciscans deserve safer streets. That includes Mayor Ed Lee, as well as the 10,000 plus members of the SF Bicycle Coalition. The divide on SF's bike yield law is how we get there and achieve Vision Zero, which is the goal to eliminate traffic deaths. Do we go by gut instinct and anecdotes, or do we go by data? The fact is that when the SFPD leadership ignores data, they're not just setting aside numbers, they're setting aside tragedies of families that have befallen people on the streets of San Francisco. Only 1 out of 10 SFPD stations has delivered on their promise to dedicate half of traffic citations to the 5 most dangerous traffic violations. Park Station is one of the 9 that's falling short. In fact, it's below average, even for a department that's failing to deliver on its promises. And KQED reported today that during the 2-day crackdown in August, 114 officer hours were invested in the crackdown on people biking cautiously on the Wiggle. During a 2-week span in August, we've also submitted a Public Records Act and request and come to realize that at the most dangerous intersection in San Francisco, Market and Octavia, also within Park Station, there hasn't been a single hour of officer time invested. If we have time to spend cracking down on people biking the Wiggle cautiously, we have a little bit more time to focus on the most dangerous traffic violations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Erin Boyle, and Supervisor Cohen, I live in your district in Potrero. I'd like to work downtown every day. Let me start by saying I am a very intentional and respectful cyclist. I always approach intersections cautiously, and I always yield to other traffic and pedestrians. I really understand why there's controversy surrounding this law. Since I bike on Market every day, I understand. I'm well aware that there are aggressive cyclists that really scare people. I understand the frustration around those people because I absolutely share it with you. However, the point I want to make is that somehow I've never once seen a police officer rush to catch up with one of these dangerous cyclists on Market Street. Somehow what I've seen instead countless times is police pulling over groups of cyclists at low-risk stop signs in residential areas or along Townsend Street simply for safely and slowly running that stop sign.
For some reason, I cannot understand this is their primary interaction with cyclists, and this really bothers me. Not all cyclists are the same. I support the bike yield law because it will finally distinguish between reckless and harmless cyclists and stop redirecting frustration against the former towards the latter to those who only respectfully and safely run stop signs when no cars are around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Michael Barnes. I've been bicycling in San Francisco since 1984. Experience has taught me that safety principle of the bicycle yield policy, that is, bicyclists are safer when separated from automobiles. The ordinance separates cars and bikes in two ways. First is by requiring bicycles to stop at stop signs when there is car and pedestrian cross traffic. Second is by not enforcing the bike stop when there is no cross traffic. Bicyclists may then separate themselves from the cars following. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Laura O'Donovan. I live in Potrero Hill. I frequently bicycle in San Francisco. As a cyclist, I'm enthusiastic about the traffic enforcement officers actively ticketing the cyclists who blow through stop signs, who blow through stop lights even, and who endanger or intimidate pedestrians. And I think ideally this policy will allow the traffic officers more time to do that sort of ticketing and allow more careful cyclists to go through the stop signs. I look forward to the education aspect of it because I think that's greatly needed, and I hope that maybe a compromise can be made on the paperwork so the traffic enforcement people will be more amenable to the policy.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Now, good evening, supervisors. My name is Joanna Fergulli. I have spoken to you before you in the past as a representative of the Mayor's Office on Disability. However, today I will talk to you as a pedestrian who, for the past 10 years, has been navigating the streets, stop signs, and crosswalks with or without signal lights through my commute through work and even coming to our very own City Hall. This year alone, I've been struck twice by bicyclists. The first one, it resulted in quite a complicated injury, which of course I took care of through my own personal physician. So there is no data that exists. The second time, I was struck by another bicyclist, this time on the sidewalk where I was supposed to be safe. What I am saying is that what we're talking about here may be simple, and it may be targeting only or encouraging officers to focus their enforcement efforts to egregious behaviors, such as the ones that I was subjected to that resulted in my injuries. However, what it does is it provides this level of entitlement in our bicyclist community and culture that they're above and beyond any other vehicular law, as long as they bicycle or they proceed safely. That is a very vague judgment call that we don't have any data or any ways of enforcing or understanding. How can one say if they are bicycling through an intersection at 6 miles an hour or at 10 miles an hour? How do we measure that? I would like to ask you once again, if you do want to make a point for residential areas and for unjustifiable targeting of bicyclists in residential areas, do so with a specific legislation for a specific area. But to include this blanket policy is just
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I'm going to kind of summarize the position from the disability community on the issues and concern on this proposed ordinance. My name is Denise Seno. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Mayor's Disability Council. And as I said, I was going to read this for the record, but I'm going to kind of summarize some of the key points that were brought out in public comment and also from our presenters. The San Francisco adopted the Vision Zero policy we fully support, which is the goal of reducing traffic fatalities to zero by 2020. We believe that the proposed ordinance is counterproductive to Vision Zero. It gives a class of road users special priority privileges and permission to disobey state traffic rules. Some cases were already stated where bicyclists continue to run red lights. There have been fatalities, and that's been stated in public comment and presentations. But let me give you an example as someone with a mobility problem or someone like myself with a visual impairment. Bicycles by nature are smaller and harder to see as they approach a crowded intersection. For somebody such as myself, visually impaired or blind, crossing the intersection, this is problematic because we always don't have the visual acuities and sound to see an oncoming bicyclist. Bicyclists can maneuver, they're able to interact to the position in front of a pedestrian's path, and we don't really have the time to see what's happening and be able to move out of the way. We support the legislation in getting information and education out there, but the safety concern and some of the fatalities and deaths, even though they haven't been, reported. So, and I believe it was mentioned in Director Johnson, Carla Johnson, when she was talking about actually maybe test piloting this in.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elliot Schwartz, and I live in Potrero Hill. My wife and I bike with our kids on the back of our bikes, and as anyone knows, especially if you're hauling children, it's really tough to get started from a complete stop with your feet down. So what we do is we see lots of people doing is slowing down, making sure the intersection is really clear, and proceeding carefully through the intersection. And I'm pleased to see this legislation that recognizes this as a safe behavior for all road users, and I'm hopeful it advances. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm a bicycle commuter. I've been cycling for 49 years, and 8 of those years was actually in the city of Boise, Idaho, where this proposed ordinance has been in effect for 33 years. And I, as well as the pedestrians and the drivers, all worked in harmony. When we came to an intersection, there were no problems. In fact, a study showed that the first year after the Idaho law was adopted, the bicycle injuries were reduced by 14%. The ordinance, I feel, will actually reinforce the protocol, the right-of-way protocol at a controlled intersection where it'll require cyclists to yield the right-of-way to any approaching vehicle or pedestrian before proceeding through an intersection controlled by a stop sign. It's a common sense ordinance that's good for everyone, and I support its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Edward Hasbrook. I've lived in San Francisco since 1985. I'm a former professional bicyclist, and I've never owned a motor vehicle in my life. There's been a lot of discussion about rules of the road and what's legal, but that's not what this is about. This ordinance would not make anything legal or illegal that isn't now. This is solely about police enforcement priorities. If the police had actually done what they falsely claimed to you and uniformly enforced the traffic laws, we wouldn't be having this discussion. This is solely a bill to rein in police harassment of cyclists by biased anti-bicyclist police. That's the only issue here. And on that basis, I urge you, anybody who rides in this city knows how biased the police are against bicyclists. That's the whole reason we're here, is their harassment of us. Rein in police harassment by enacting this ordinance, please. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Pyra, Senior in Disability Action. Without going through my lengthy pedestrian safety part, that's on my bicycle part, at least 35 years until I haven't been able to ride regularly, but 35 years riding regularly. First, I'd like to say Senior in Disability Action really likes the changes from the original proposal. You actually put a little bit more definition into the vagueness that was in the beginning. But at the same time, after been riding for over 35 years, with a lot of cyclists. We've all been doing this already. The only problem was we all had our own interpretation of what was safe and what wasn't safe as a cyclist. So at the same time, this is based on, well, I know where it starts from, but it's also, we have all these statistics, but a lot of statistics doesn't mean much because a lot of the injuries, collisions, and near misses are not reported. At Senior Action Network, when I started working for them, we did some sample studies. And in 2008, 2010, 2012, each year, it still averaged 8 to 9% of people were getting hit by cyclists, pedestrians, bicyclists in the crosswalk consistently. So that is an issue all along. Yet, I applaud the changes you put in here, but I don't really see, since it isn't a law, it's a recommendation, I don't really see it will improve safety. It's still up in interpretation of the cyclist and the policeman. You're setting up more of a conflict between the two instead of really have details how to adjust that. I like the pilot idea much better. And if you really want to address this, it has to go to the state level. Idaho was not Boise bicycle yield. It was Idaho
Thank you, Pyra.
Next speaker.
So much for your time. My name is Amandeep Jawa. I'm on the board of the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition. In the interest of brevity, I first just want to acknowledge all of the people who showed up to support this, who agreed not to speak. Thank you so much. Just raise your hands real quick. I really appreciate this law, and I just want us to talk about what it really is. It's about focus. It's really just about prioritization. It's not about changing things dramatically. It's not about putting people at risk. I live on Valencia Street, and I see all kinds of things go horribly wrong from time to time. People kicking over trash cans, people graffitiing things, people peeing in my front yard. I call the police. And almost inevitably, the police are too busy to deal with my little problem. And honestly, I have to remind myself that's a good thing. There's serious stuff happening blocks away. And that's what this is really about. Let's keep the police focused on the serious things, which are intersections and danger, and almost primarily that danger comes from cars. So I'd like to thank you for this very thoughtful, common sense approach. I'm looking forward to see this being implemented, and I appreciate your courage in pushing through whatever obstacles you need to do so. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who would like to comment? And if there's seeing none, we can close public comment?
Yes,
Madam
let's close
Chair?
public comment. Public comment is now closed.
Thank you very much. So I just want to thank everyone from the public for coming and speaking, and I also want to thank our city departments who have come forward as well to talk about this legislation. There's been a lot of thought and effort that's been put into it. The original concept has changed because we've added language in the amendment of the whole that gives some definition about what yielding is. Also, some language that's about a public education effort that will accompany this legislation as well. I do appreciate the comments of the last speaker, Amandeep Jawa. This is really about focus. It's around defining what yielding is and what safe bicycling is, and ensuring that officers who are doing traffic enforcement can focus on the most egregious dangers to people who use our streets, and especially for pedestrians, and I would say especially as well for people with disabilities. That's something that has been a real focus from the Board of Supervisors and the Transportation Authority that they implemented our Vision Zero program, and this is really what we see as an extension of that. Perhaps it wasn't contemplated in our Vision Zero planning efforts, but it's one certainly that is an everyday experience on our streets, is that we're just trying to conform traffic enforcement with the real practice of cycling in San Francisco. And so having said that, I do want to see if we can accept the amendment of the whole. There was in the written version something that was just different from what I had said, spoken into the record, but the written version should have said that we're going to have 6 miles per hour as the standard speed at which someone should be, maximum speed someone should be yielding at. So that's in the actual, make sure that's in the actual amendment of the whole, and hopefully, colleagues, we can accept that without objection.
Sure, thank you. Excuse me, Supervisor Werner, do you have remarks?
We can maybe adopt the amendments and then I'll
Great.
speak.
Let's go ahead and adopt these amendments. They've been read into the record without objection. These amendments pass.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank all the members of the public who came out today, including those who did not speak. And please know that sometimes physical presence is as powerful as even getting up and speaking. I think particularly since for months and months now, I know I have been receiving many emails on both sides of this issue, really passionately expressing either support or opposition. And please know, I read all of my email, and I've read every single one of those emails. I've tried to respond. Hopefully I responded to everyone who's here. But this is an important issue because it really does have to do, in my mind, with whether we are truly committed to being a multimodal city that embraces all forms of transportation without imposing, I think, constraints on one form, biking, that make it much harder to actually be able to bike without any improvement to safety. And this is really about safety first and foremost. If we're going to do enforcement that doesn't improve safety, then those are wasted resources. We should be focusing our traffic enforcement on behaviors that are risking harm to people. And when you start talking about ticketing people who are slowly and cautiously going through an intersection without violating anyone's right-of-way, that is not putting anyone in danger. Madam Chair, I move that we forward this item to the full Board of Supervisors with a positive recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. To the members that made the presentations and came out and sat through a very long committee, thank you very much for being a part of the democratic process, for good or for bad. This is what it is. And I do want to be very honest and share that I have real concerns about this ordinance. I'm concerned that it will confuse the issue and create even greater misunderstandings between cyclists, drivers, and pedestrians. I am, however, optimistic and would be interested if Supervisor Avalos was interested, or any of the other members supportive of the legislation, about a pilot program. I think that was a very good idea that Carla Johnson suggested, a pilot program in one of the most highly trafficked bike corridors. The other thing is I've also received some concerns from monolingual and non-English community members that live in the district. And with that said, I've heard from across the entire district of neighborhoods of District 10, from Potrero Hill all the way into Visitation Valley, of people who are for and against. I've received many passionate calls and emails, but I just fear that the passage of this ordinance will come at a high cost to pedestrians, disabled, and seniors. So I will not be supporting this ordinance today. So, Madam Clerk, could you please call a roll call vote?
On the motion to recommend the ordinance as amended, Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. There are 2 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Cohen in the dissent.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, is there anything else before this body?
No, that concludes our business for today.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is adjourned.